Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. Welcome to the Copy That Whetstone critique stream, the only Whetstone critique stream that involves me, Sean MacIntyre, and also sometimes Rod, and also sometimes Alex, and also even way more sometimes Lindsey. The four members of Copy That who go over and review patreon.com/the Copy That Show copy. If you would like to have your copy reviewed and critiqued and hopefully, God, I really hope, improved by us, become a member of our Patreon, support us, and we will try to support you in your career. That's how this whole capitalism thing works. And the way that this works is you sign up to the Patreon, you create an account, then you link your Patreon and your Discord accounts. That's a necessary step at this particular point. Then whenever we put out a call for submissions, you submit your copy. And then during these streams, we pull your copy and then try to get through as much of it as possible and give as much good advice as possible. And that's kind of how these things work. And another important piece of information about how these things work is we open, we give the little, like, this is what the stream is spiel. And then I'm going to dilly-dally for about, hopefully, only 15 to 20 minutes and take people's questions while people sort of like filter in and I get all the copy sort of set up. So if you have any questions about copywriting, marketing, life, the universe, and everything, the answer is 42, by the way. Happy to answer any questions that you may or may not have. So how is it going? Can everybody hear me okay? I am personally glad there are not thousands of people here because I think that would be a little unmanageable. I don't know how I would be able to manage chat. This is not a Destiny stream. That'd be a little crazy. I'm doing well. How are you? No, neither is my time. The Patreon is not free. And the reason for that is because for the same reason that you should be paid for your labor, I should also be paid for my labor. That's how this works. Oh, Sierra, wonderful. Thank you so much. If you just joined the Patreon, your window to submit copy for this stream is now gone. I'm pulling up the copy now for this particular stream. However, in I think 2 weeks' time, there will be another one of these Whetstone streams. You can submit for that once we put out the call for submissions. But what you do need to do is connect your Discord and your Patreon accounts, and that's how that's going to work. That is amazing. 13 hours. So you are just now about 80% of the way done if we're going by like the actual chapters of it. The last 9 hours, like where you are, is all going to be about just getting jobs, like 5 different ways that you can actually get, like clients or actual jobs or anything like that. Let's see while I pull all this other stuff up so that we are good to go. Let's see. Anyway, the reason why I said that is because I'm excited for you. Like the fact that you've made it that far is, I think, a testament to you and your stick-to-itiveness. So I'm proud of you. Keep it up. Hello. The Discord community is crazy harsh. Like, I totally get that truth is harsh, but man, serve it with a bit of empathy. Which Discord community are you referring to? Are you referring to the Copywriting Collective, which can be harsh, or the Copy That community, which is like super supportive and kind? There is a difference. Let's see. I think that's everything. All right. Yes. This will not be another 8-hour review. I'm putting a cap on this at 5 o'clock because I do have a lot of stuff to do today. Lots of exciting stuff happening in the Copy That world. We've just expanded our business in a really, really kooky, crazy way. We'll have more information about that by the end of the month. But yeah, I have just a ton of writing that I need to do and meetings at 8 p.m. tonight. It's crazy. How would getting clients be if I'm under 18? It's possible. You're just playing on hard mode. Like, that's the answer that I always give to people. Like, if I'm under 18, like, can I get a job? The answer is yes. It has happened. It does happen to people, but like, you just have to be realistic with yourself. If you're under 18, there's going to be obviously like credibility problems. There's obviously going to be issues regarding like taxes and liability for some businesses. Some businesses don't want to hire anybody under the age of 18. The paperwork that I have to fill out to hire anybody under the age of 18 means that I will never hire anybody under the age of 18. So yeah, there's all sorts of considerations that you have to keep in mind if you're trying to get copywriting clients under 18. Like, again, is it impossible? No, of course it's possible. But is it harder? The answer is obviously yes. If you were to only have one video left on your YouTube channel, what would it be? It would be our copywriting mega course, the 22-hour one that we spent far too much money on. What is your advice about my copywriting career? Because I love this job, but I feel stuck. If you can give me some advice about writing emails or something like that. Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't really know what your personal hangups are. Like, in the absence of looking at your copy, I can't tell you what your problems are. So that's, I can't, I'm sorry, but there's that. But if, if you're talking about feeling stuck in terms of like personal, like career development, then the answer is to skill up using what are called horizontal or parallel skills. So for example, if you want advice about writing emails, I mean, aside from the fact that we have like the mega course and like 5 other free videos, and then we also have paid content about writing emails and email sequences and stuff like that. If you don't want to go into all that, then what you need to do is like start thinking about other skills that complement your email writing career. So what could that be? Well, there are other forms of short form that email writing is very similar to. Facebook posts are a really good example. So you can do that. LinkedIn posts as well. So there you go. That's other skills that you can add. And then, of course, other services that you can add that could possibly get you through the plateau. But if you feel stuck in terms of like actually learning this stuff and getting career like clients in the first place, then a lot of what you have to do is sort of like knuckle down and like practice and just do the stuff, like follow the daily practice, like as we sort of prescribe, and like pick up skills according to the pattern that we recommend in the how to practice and masterclass and the mega course and all stuff like that. Long story short, it's 25 50 25. Like, you need to spend 25% of your day is like upskilling, like learning how to be better at your job or learning other skills to complement your job. 50% of it doing the work, and then 25% of it doing some form of outreach, either studying other clients, studying other businesses and how they do emails. And then, of course, like possibly putting together a book, like a research deck of like businesses that you would want to apply to. So like, I don't know what your exact problem is, but in the absence of like additional information, that's what I would advise. Cool. There will be a recording of this, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Telling the copy that just today. What do you wait? We were too harsh to that 17-year-old. The 17-year-old who was like, okay, just for some context, on the Discord today, one of the things that was happening was a 17-year-old was asking if he could study copywriting and if it was a viable path for him. And I said, yeah, of course. And then this kid was like, but my parents are forcing me to be an engineer. And I was like, well, okay, first off, this is going to be culturally a little bit different, but like, you can do whatever you want in your life. You can go be a homeless bum in like Siberia if you want to. Like, radical freedom, go read Jean-Paul Sartre, etc. But also too, like, if you are in a position where you feel like you don't have a choice, then like just do the thing for a few years until you have the choice. So that was the basic thrust of what I was telling this person. I was trying to encourage them to like think critically about their position in life and what they actually wanted, and to do the thing that they wanted. One of the common issues that I see among people, especially young people, is that they get these sort of like roadblocks erected in their head, and they don't ever take a moment to be like, oh, wait, that roadblock is actually something that I'm inventing for myself. And what I was trying to encourage this kid to see was that like this roadblock was something that he was inventing for himself. Because straight up every time he was like, I want to learn copywriting, but my parents are forcing me to study engineering. I was like, then, well, if you feel like you don't have a choice, like if there's no choice, then go study engineering and then be like John Caples and Charlene Burke and a bunch of other famous copywriters who were an engineer first and then became famous copywriters. And he was like, but I don't like engineering. I don't like physics. I want to study copywriting. I was like, well, then study copywriting on the side. You either have a choice or you don't. If you don't have a choice, do the thing until you're ready to, until you're in a place where you have the choice, or two, realize that you do have the freedom and seize on that. Like in either instance, in either situation, you don't complain about it. You just do stuff. And that's the answer for most of you. If you're like young and sort of stuck in these sort of like self-imposed mindset problems, you just got to do stuff, man. Good. Amazing. I'm so sincerely glad that it has been helpful to you. Yeah, so there's the copywriting collective where Copy That sort of like started and like sort of sprung out from, but we never wanted to monetize that. And so we have the Copy That community, link in the description below, where we basically, it's like a business focused Discord community where we can actually communicate with like viewers and people. It's way more serious. Like there's way less joking around. And it's a calm place. There's no shit posting. I like it. What is the job market looking for? I'm almost done with my portfolio. Well, actually, the job market is pretty good depending upon the kind of copy that you are writing. In terms of like low-level jobs, the sort of like places where, junior copywriters used to sort of like wet their teeth. I guess it would be like wet their skills, I suppose it would be. There's more and more difficulty getting into those in-house positions. And a lot of that has to do with like AI. A lot of that has to do with like the job market for the world is sort of like drying up a little bit because of economic turmoil, or at least the potential of it. But like, for example, several businesses that I know actually have like been reaching out to me and other people that I know and have been hiring like crazy because a lot of work has been coming in and we just haven't really had enough manpower to like really fulfill on that work. So the job market, depending upon the kind of copy you write, is really, really good. But if you're the kind of like copywriter or want to be the kind of copywriter who's like more interested in like writing like blog posts, for example, you're going to have a lot of trouble. So I don't really know what your portfolio looks like, but I think that I do suspect that you're actually like in the Platinum Collection or like in the Patreon. So if you ever want us to take a look at your portfolio, like, give us a shout. We will. You guys implemented the copy that the peeps from the Bootcamp made? In some places, absolutely. Yeah, we've had two Bootcamps. One was a copywriting Bootcamp. One was the eMarketer Bootcamp. For the eMarketer Bootcamp, it's actually very exciting. We worked with a business called Milestones 3D, custom 3D printed stuff. And a lot of the people that took that Bootcamp got hands-on experience, like coming up with, designing, writing the copy for, and then are now implementing full-on marketing strategies for that business. So that's really cool. For the copywriting bootcamp, yeah, like one of the folks was actually Copy That's email copywriter for a little bit. And I have a bunch of landing pages that I need to review and stuff like that. But yeah, no, we got a lot of really great people out of that. Yes. Oh, yes, this is true. I was looking for like random funny place to be homeless in. And so the chat GPT in my brain was just like, Siberia. And so that's it. I'm guessing this is referring to like the being forced to study a particular path because you're young and sort of not realizing how much freedom you actually have in life. Yeah, it's a story for most people. And I shared this a little bit earlier, but like when I was 17, I had a knockdown, drag out fight with my parents, like really, really bad one. And I left my home. I went to go sleep at a friend's house. I was still in high school. I was a senior in high school, and I basically was there for the next few months. And then like summer came around and I just worked and either slept on friends' couches or slept in my car. I would occasionally come home every now and again, but never to really stay. At a certain point, a couple of like years in, I stayed in my grandmother's, like in a cot in my grandmother's office. Yeah, it was a rough go, but like I was like on and off, like living in my car, living with friends, or like just sort of bumming around for like 4 years. And I worked and paid for college out of my own pocket. That way, I went to Pierce Community College from the tender age of 17 for a couple of years there, and I paid for myself. And at one point, like there was like a stretch of time where I was actually sleeping in the library there. And like it was funny because the way that the library was structured before they remodeled it, like you had to go into the basement, and like there was like the basement, and it was like the fiction section. So like one, I love reading fiction, and two, like I loved libraries, and three, like nobody ever checked down there, so it was always empty. So I could like bring a sleeping bag there, and there was like an emergency exit like by the back of that library, so I could actually like sleep there. And if I ever heard like a security guard coming in, I could like bolt, which I never actually had to do. And so I had my sleeping bag next to the V's. And so my wife can attest to this, but I have a prolific amount of information about fiction authors with last names starting in V. So like, for example, there's a whole multi-month stretch where every single night when I would sleep in the library, I would read William Vollmann and then Kurt Vonnegut. And then I went a little bit too far in the Vonnegut's and eventually landed on Voltaire, going in reverse. So talk to me about Micromegas or Candide sometime. I have a lot to say, but yeah. So the whole point of me sharing that particular piece of information about like my upbringing is that like you can have a rough upbringing. You can make choices that have shitty consequences. Like going back now, I wish I were more humble, and I wish I were less of a shithead, and I wish I were kinder to my parents, because they had a rough go of it too, and I didn't really appreciate that until I was older. And I realized that I could have lived my own life without having to have given up some of the comfort and support that I could have gotten from them. And all of that is to say that, like, if you were in a situation where, say, you're living with your parents, you do have the choice. You at any point you can leave, but you also have to sort of like weigh that against like what are the worst situations that could possibly happen? Like, okay, your parents beat you, but also like if you're 16, 17, like you should be able to run away faster than them anyway. Their hips hurt, they're parents. There's a possibility of you losing all economic and financial support. And then there's a possibility of being homeless as a result of that. Like, if you are okay with all of those worst case scenario outcomes, then do whatever you want. And if you're not okay with those consequences, then walk back your shittiness a little bit. Be a little bit cooler to your parents, because you don't want those like worst case scenario consequences. So you do have the freedom. You probably don't realize that you have the freedom, but it's there. Anyway, copywriting. Trying to sell a product for interior car cleaning. We made a swipe file with 100 fascinations and bullets, and we filter them, so there is only 8 of them right now. What is your opinion? What is my opinion of what? Yeah, he worked for Chevron. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm not going to review your copy if you're pasting it into chat. You have to be a Patreon member. Thank you. I appreciate that. Listen, if I didn't think that these streams were valuable, I wouldn't do them. And I certainly wouldn't put as much effort into them. So I hope that they're helpful. Here's what I said to the person in our Discord, link in the description. Every single possible job that you can ever get in your entire life would be bolstered by you being a better writer and a better thinker and a better persuader. An engineer who's just an engineer, or a doctor who's just a doctor, they're just an engineer, or they're just a doctor. But if you also, on top of whatever field you go into, learn persuasive writing, well, now all of a sudden, a lot of windows and doors open up to you. Now all of a sudden, you're looking at like writing memos, creating strategy. Like, if you can write a persuasive memo, like if you can write well, your chances of getting hired and like risen up, but then also like getting like accolades, like if you're a doctor and you can write really good case studies or really good actual like research, like, and also like research grants as well, like the sky's the limit, man. You're gonna make so much money. But again, like it's that pairing of skills, whatever field you want to go into, with persuasive writing. And copywriting is just all about rhetoric, persuasion, understanding people, writing to a particular context with a particular aim. Like, if you can be a good copywriter, you can do anything you want in life. And so I personally believe that everybody can benefit from learning copywriting, even if they do not ever become a copywriter. That's my opinion. So, do I recommend that you continue learning copywriting? Well, yeah, because learning how to write well is going to benefit you no matter what career you can possibly choose. If you're just like, I'm only in this for the money, like I just want fat stacks and like not a lot of work, I can't help you. Copywriting is probably not for you. But if you are looking for a valuable skill, a skill that businesses value because of the different possible things that it allows you to do and to think about, copywriting offers a lot to you. Wonderful. I'm a little confused with my portfolio. Do we have to add more than one piece of copy? And yeah, a portfolio, like we have a whole video on like how to organize your portfolio. Go watch that. Like, you should have many samples that prove that you can do the work that you can do. What can I study in school, like something close with copywriting, such as digital marketing or another material? Thank you so much. Does really AI can replace copywriters? Alex just wrote a fantastic value email all about the kinds of copy that AI is going to replace and the kinds of copy that it can't replace. I've also been ranting about this on this channel for like 3 years at this point, more than that. We have videos about that. The AI is definitely going to replace some copywriters, but not all. Like, for example, I was just talking to my wife earlier today. Like, she asked me, like, do you really believe that AI can write better PPC ads than any copywriter? I was like, absolutely freaking yes, because like with PPC, like the way that you win is through testing different iterations, not through writing the best PPC ad of all time. And who's going to be better at testing 100,000 variations, a human or an AI robot? It's going to be the AI robot. Now, let's say, for example, you are working with a piece of copywriting where like it is sort of iterative, but like there is a skill gap between you and AI. Even if AI can only get to like 80% of the skill of a human, the amount of time saved for the human, like in terms of like iterating different results and testing different results, AI is going to replace that job too, because like who's going to want to wait 2 months for a human to come up with the best possible thing? So like for anything that involves like heavy degrees of iteration and testing and like modularity, AI is going to be better at that stuff than humans, because AI is going to be able to test things better than humans, because AI doesn't really care about quality. AI is not a good copywriter. That's its advantage. It will just test things that are like don't even make sense. True story, when I was at Agora Financial, we were doing that. We would test like different like visual like creatives, and we landed on one. Everybody like go Google right now Altucher crypto ad, and you're going to see like a weird one of like him and like the Bitcoin with the sun coming out of it and stuff like that. That was made by AI, literally by a company that was like just literally like they were working with their own custom proprietary AI that was like swapping different like creative images like with each other. And that was the winning one. That one caught the most attention. It sold the most. It looks ridiculous. And a lot of people have criticized it for that, but it won. It's sold the most, and it looks really weird. So that's going to be better than most copywriters. So what are copywriters going to be better at than AI? Definitely coming up with ideas. Definitely like I was actually like watching a thing from a neuroscientist relatively recently, and she was just like, "What is the true hallmark of like AI writing?" And it's a term there that she described as narrative thinness. AI, no matter how developed and how advanced the model, like it's just not good at coming up with like deep, complex ideas. It's not good at developing ideas. It's not good at elaborating on or like really focusing on or really even understanding ideas because AI doesn't really understand anything. So that's where humans are going to always be superior to AI because the way that AI currently is trained has nothing to do with understanding anything. It's all probabilistic. What can you study in school close to copywriting? Man, honestly, I've always advised people to like have like, their major, their minor, and have their minor be the thing that they're passionate about. So like your minor would be copywriting or like mass market communications or marketing or something like that. And then have your major be something like really wild because again, all the best copywriters I know studied something that wasn't copywriting. Truth hurts. So I'm a registered nurse currently transitioning into copywriting. What would you advise? Watch our mega course. Like sign up to the companion guide. Review our free stuff. Make sure copywriting is right for you. Do not pay us a single dollar until you know that copywriting is what you truly want to do. 2, start looking into like fields that would sort of reward you for that complementarity. Here's a good one. Hiring and recruitment centers. Like they need somebody who can write really killer job posts. That is a really good overlap for copywriting. Job ads too. Like they need that. A lot of like medical device businesses need copywriters. Like every single pharmaceutical business, every single medical business needs somebody who can write brochures, who can write pamphlets. Like all of that is copy. People get hired to write all that stuff. I was one of those people. I was a submissions coordinator for Amgen in 2008. So if you are in the medical field and you are interested in transitioning into copywriting, make your life easy and go into a medical adjacent field and then do the copywriting for that business. It's like an instant shoe in the door. So will you guys make content about the results of the boot camps? That would be nice. Yes, but it's also like, we have so much stuff that's coming out. Like, when are we going to have time to do it? So that's the plan. I also don't even know if we're going to do the boot camp again. I think we're going to transition both of those into an incubator by the end of the month. Yeah, we'll see. I just read 30 copywriting books. It's same thing with different names, a verbal hodgepodge and language game. Yeah, that's why the best copywriters I know read slightly outside of the copywriting field. So rather than like coming up with like a new name for the same technique, like they'll read Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow. They'll read books about neuroscience. Yeah, it's the best thing that you can do as a newbie copywriter is to not read 30 copywriting books. If you've read 30, you've read way too much copywriting theory. You're probably not going to be a very good copywriter. Sorry. Truth hurts. The way you do get to be a good copywriter is if you read a handful of the books on theory and then start reading further afield so that you get a little bit more specialized knowledge and also find stuff that like allows you to sort of think critically and come up with your own sorts of like mental frameworks and paradigms. A video on my life and struggles and the rise. Man, here's the thing. 1, I don't know if anybody would want to watch that. And 2, I don't want to make that. No, thank you. Let's see. Did you submit your copy on the Whetstone Critiques channel in the Discord? If you did, then we will review it today in a minute ago. Oh, yeah, we were. Let's see. feel like on our second channel, I did describe that. Like, there are two big like reasons why copywriting feels oversaturated right now. One is like people have just learned about this profession. It's always been sort of like under the radar for the longest time, and now it's like very top of mind for a lot of your I want to make money online writing words crowd of people. So there's the proliferation of people, especially young people who are getting into it for the first time. That's historically unprecedented. And then two is like the introduction of AI. And like AI, this is from Alex's value email, where he basically said like a lot of the sort of like beginners or sort of like entry level copywriting jobs that people had or like had the opportunity to do, like writing PPC ads, writing offer sections, writing like bullets and things like that. A lot of companies right now are having AI do that because like why would you spend money on a junior to do things that AI can do just as well or better when you can pay your copywriters, your real copywriters, like to do the things that they're good at. Another thing that's happening right now too is that like even if you hire a junior or a copywriter to like manage AI for a business, because you do need to have some sort of like check or balance there. One copywriter with AI doing this sort of like low level copywriting stuff, the stuff that doesn't require a whole lot of like brain work or like research, but by now, silver bullion, 20% off the normal premium only until Labor Day. That's not going to require a professional copywriter to write, like you can have a decently trained copywriter with the use of AI who can make most of that type of copy. The sort of like 40% of copy that's just pure gimmicks, like no intelligence, like no sentence craft whatsoever. A lot of copy is like that. And one copywriter with AI is going to replace 3 juniors without AI. So are companies not hiring juniors? Listen, I know a lot of companies that are hiring juniors, but at the same time, it really depends on the kinds of copy you write. If you're hoping to like get by with like a handful of shitty emails and you show that you like have 1, no versatility, 2, can't handle like anything that the company is willing to throw at you, like you're shit out of luck. Like that's always been the case though. Like the biggest thing that I've been pushing back on in this channel for like 4 years were the people that were like, hey, I just want to learn how to do email copy and only email copy. And that's what I want to get paid to do. And I was like, you are not going to have a whole lot of job security if that's the only thing that you can do. Anyway, so yeah, that's my thought. And if you want more detail on that, go to the Copy That second channel, Copy That Sells, and check out my Is Copywriting Oversaturated video. Is it a good idea to learn 2 things at once, like engineering and copy, or just focus on one thing? Listen, it is always going to be better to whole ass one thing than to half ass 2 things. But if you're in a university, you have the distinct advantage over most other people trying to learn this stuff, which is that you are forced to sit down and spend all of your time only learning these 2 things and all the attendant associated skills with them. So once you get into real life, once you have like kids where you need to change diapers and like, stuff that you have to do, like it's going to be a lot harder for you to learn stuff. So use your time if you are learning, if you're in university, and take that time to actually learn as many skills as you can possibly can, because you do have the time to do it. Yes. Yeah. Sean in the Discord is me, is Sean. This is another common like concern that people have. The way that current AI algorithms are, there's no chance. And we've already seen AI become asymptotic. And again, I have videos explaining all this stuff too. Like, why are you asking me questions? Go watch the videos where I actually explain all this stuff. Nothing has changed in the last 3 years regarding how I actually feel about AI. Is it going to take over some jobs? Yeah, absolutely. Is it going to take over all copywriting jobs? No, absolutely not. Are we even remotely close to agentic AGI? Hell to the no. And there's like 7 major reasons why. So it would be a waste of y'all's time if I were to go through all of them. I'm going to skip through because it's time to actually start reviewing copy. The entire copy crew, I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, this is true. So if any of y'all are like, oh, my parents are forcing me to become a doctor or a nurse or whatever, like, here's how you unlock the maximum income you get. You study as a doctor, and then you become either a salesperson or a copywriter for medical device and pharmaceutical companies because they make fucking bank. Holy shit. Oh my God. Topic sentences can be a headline. Then it follows up with supporting and specific details. Topic sentences. I think that you mean like the first sentence of stuff or the subject line of stuff. I'm not sure what you mean there. The Copy That Platinum Collection is $20 per month. The Patreon, where you can get your stuff reviewed, is $50 per month. The retail price for like the masterclasses on Patreon, which I don't want anybody to spend any money on, is $300 in toto. So if you want access to all the masterclasses, but you don't want to spend $300, spend $20 on the Platinum Collection. If you want to get your copy reviewed, you need to be a Patreon member. End of story. What other books would I recommend besides those recommended on the Copy That website? I would recommend you listen to what I said a few minutes ago about like not overreading theory. If you want something that like is like slightly further afield, read Alchemy by Rory Sutherland. Read Thinking Fast and Slow. God, there's a handful that are really, really good. Made to Stick is pretty good. Gary Spence's How to Argue and Win Every Time is really good, etc. Do you think a list made of people that opted in for a free ebook is too unserious? The quality of leads is too bad for those leads to be upsold using a welcome sequence to a $300 course. No. Listen, the only way to find out about this is to test it. Like, you don't know what the quality of those leads are going to be. Now, here's the one, and again, like I've been on this fucking note for like 10 years, but if you don't have a link, like any ads in that free ebook, either going to a retail offer, a high price offer, or anything, you haven't done your job. You know, so many people make these free ebooks and then they don't bother to advertise in their free ebooks. What are you thinking? Like, oh my Lord. So yeah, what you got to do is with the welcome sequence for those free ebook takers is just follow your sort of standard like Russell Brunson like soap opera sequence. 5 days, 5 to 7 days. Really like harp on the urgency in days like the final 2 days. On day 2 or day 3, what you want to do is either hit people with like a wall of testimonials or like a wall of case studies or something that proves the effectiveness of whatever it is you're trying to sell. There you go. Just establish credibility as soon as possible. Writing a web page for friends' window cleaning business. Any advice? Yes, well, go watch our landing page masterclass. It's free and it's on this channel. Go do that. You're asking the wrong questions. You're absolutely asking the wrong questions because you're worried about lead quality before you've ever even tested the lead quality. Like you're not going to know the lead quality until you test the responses and like how willing these leads are going to spend on stuff. If you build that funnel and like push that free book offer and then get the results, just tally up how much you make relative to what you spent and then be like, well, that didn't work, and then try something else. That's how you win at this game. Writing bullets for beginners, should they be mainly based off of features and benefits? I think that different bullets in different parts of a piece of copy and in different contexts serve different functions. And I think that you would be able to really, really, how should I say, get a lot of practice, like really good practice by doing what I suggested in the features, benefits, deeper benefits masterclass, which is you have like your spreadsheet. One thing that you can do is like fill out that list. And then what you do is you write one bullet around like one feature and then write a second bullet from a totally different angle about that same feature. And then you do the same thing, but for like the benefit built off of that feature and then advantage and then deeper benefit. And that way for every single feature, you get 8 possible bullets. So that's how you're going to get the best practice out of that. Cool. Thank you. And yeah, AI is really good at polishing turds. That's what I meant earlier when I talked about like cognitive and like narrative thinness. The actual writing, and actually there was a whole there's an ongoing study about this where they're trying to identify the hallmarks and markers of AI writing as opposed to like human writing. And what they found is that like a lot of like for AI detectors, a lot of English language learners will trigger like AI detection, but it will be a false positive. And the reason why is because their writing is very simple, but their ideas are very complex. And we don't really have any AI detection tools that can assess things on the quality or the depth of their ideas. And so what AI does is the opposite, where like the writing is super polished and can be very complex, but the ideas behind the writing are actually very, very thin and not very nuanced, not very elaborate or very good. So yeah, it's a whole super interesting thing. AI is very good at polishing turds. The answer is yes. Is it possible? The answer is yes. Almost every yes/no question that you guys could possibly ask me, the answer is going to be yes. Is it going to be hard? That also depends where you are, how old you are, your experience, your credibility. But you're not asking me it depends questions. You're asking me, is it possible? The answer is almost always yes. That depends. Like, for example, if you are writing to a very conservative audience, like, oh, I don't know, Muslim men, that can really put people off. Yeah, that shit's haram. But if you are writing, I don't know, a Burger King Whopper ad, get as sexy as you want, because ain't nothing sexier than a Whopper. All right. We're getting close to the end of the questions. I also sense that you've read a lot of news and textbooks to create strong value emails, and your job is to create them. So, Pedro, I really sincerely appreciate how much you appreciate our value emails. If you are not signed up to our email list and you want to get our value emails, link in the description below. Go to www.copythatshow.com. There you go. The end. What are the skills I need to learn on the side? Need? I'm careful about the language that I use, and I'm careful about the language that I pick at. You have the word need. It's right there. What skills you need to learn on the side of copywriting? None. What skills might benefit you? Entirely different question. I've been diving into Jacques Lacan and Wittgenstein. Oh my God, a dude after my own heart. To understand language on a deeper level, I've come across insights most copywriters never even touch. Yes. Yeah. I have definitely found that Wittgenstein in the Tractatus, Nietzsche, and even like the sort of linguistic turn philosophers like your like Saussure and Charles Sanders Peirce, like I got a lot of really good insight from them. But you know who I really feel like I learned the most from when it comes to things that would benefit my copywriting, like philosophy that would benefit my copywriting? Like Gadamer, McLuhan, and Neil Postman, like the phenomenologists, and specifically the people following after your Husserl, your hermeneutics people. They were probably the most influential for my writing and the way that I think about copywriting in like a more high concept level. It's definitely not for everybody, but if you're into that high concept shit, then yeah, check it out. In the beginning, because you have to use testimonials in this portfolio. No, go check out the mega course where I actually talk about the circle of cred and like what should go into your portfolio and all that stuff. Amazing. Definitely use my real name and not the way that I've chosen to spell it in this particular stream. Hold on, is that even visible? I'm still getting used to all this. Show display names and headlines. Yeah, I as a joke decided to here. Sean, the what brokey? Oh, brokey copywriter. Just to scare away all the fucking shitheads. Too funny. Funny about paid internships or job on job boards, cold email, but I'm getting lost. What's the best way? Oh, gosh. It's, again, this is one of those, like, I'm going to harp on that word, best way. There is no best way. There's a best way for you, and the only way to find out what's best for you is to try a bunch of stuff. That's it. That's usually the answer for most marketing and copywriting questions. Try different things and see what works better than the others, and then keep iterating from there. Now, what I would strongly recommend, if you're looking for a paid internship, most of that is going to be on job boards, like actual like businesses, like on Indeed.com and other places. They're going to put out like job postings for paid internships. Most of those that exist on like Upwork, for example, maybe a scam, so be careful about that. But like if it's a legit business with like, hey, like a career section and a, hey, we're hiring. Most of you probably have not gone to a company's website, scrolled all the way to the bottom to that footer. There's usually a navigation link to like careers or we're hiring or HR or something like that. That's, you can just find jobs for places. Sometimes they're hiring copywriters. Go check it out. All right. I feel like most of the people who watch The Wolf of Wall Street miss the message of The Wolf of Wall Street. His life is not glamorous. It's not good. Anyway, which is better, studying, practicing first, and then start outreaching? Do them at the same time. I suggest what I suggested in the Practicing Copyright Masterclass, free on this channel, and also it's in the mega course. Here's the thing. This is not an either or. As you are studying and practicing and like first learning, spend 25% of your day doing like non-active outreach. So what is non-active outreach? It's like studying businesses, finding out how they make money, finding out how they get customers, finding out like what marketing channels they're on, finding out what they're doing to attract customers, finding out like how they're using copy in the first place. Because guess what? If you find like 3 businesses you want to work for and you find like they are really going ham on like specific kinds of copy, guess what kinds of copy you should be practicing and studying? Those. So like the whole thing with outreach is like, you don't have to like actually send any emails to do outreach. You can study businesses. You can build a whole spreadsheet of possible candidates that you would want to reach out to. So like, yes, you should spend some of your time every single day doing outreach, but doing outreach can mean also like understanding what businesses need from you, which is also part of the research you would need to do for outreach in the first place. So that's what I recommend you do. When is the next copywriting bootcamp? We're probably, Alex and I have been debating this. Like, we're not sure if like there should be one or like when we're going to have time to do it, because we're about to launch an incubator, which is like the bootcamp, as intense as the bootcamp, but like ongoing. So people can be like, I'm good with the bootcamp, peace out, whenever they want, whether it's like 1 month or 2 months or 3 months or whatever. We'll just keep providing as much resources and support as possible. And also job opportunities, which that's going to be the whole like premise of the incubator, which was like, we found that the best, like the optimal selling strategy for the bootcamp was to be like, you know, Alex and I, we have work that we do with people. We have our own businesses and stuff like that. And all this shit needs copy. So like, you know, pay us less money than you would for like a normal gurus bootcamp, for one. And then 2, like, and on top of that, we'll actually pay you if you write copy that we can use and publish. That's the basic selling proposition of the incubators and the boot camps. And it looks like that for the incubator, we're going to launch it within a week. So if you are not signed up to our email list, I think tomorrow, Thursday, Alex is going to put out a like teaser announcement about that. And the call to action for that email is going to be to sign up for the waitlist for the boot camp. And yeah, then when it's time to like roll it out, the first people that we're going to reach out to are the people on the waitlist. And then we'll roll it out to customers. Then we'll roll out to the whole list. So, yes, that's a much more succinct way. You should be a copywriter. That's a much more succinct way of putting it. It's going to be about everything. What I'm hoping that we're going to do is like actually have like like these kinds of reviews, but way more intense. And like really sort of like coaching people through like more like problem-based learning rather than like, hey, kiddos, sit around and I'm going to teach you stuff. That's the goal for the incubator. For outreach as a newbie, would you recommend making spec pieces with each email or just focus on building a portfolio? I would recommend doing both. Like, as I showed in the Practicing Copy Masterclass, again, you guys should watch our stuff. You can make a spec piece, email it to the person you want to work for, and then if they don't take it, bingo bango, that's now a sample that goes in your portfolio. So you can be writing spec pieces and building out your portfolio samples at the same time. So. Oh, helpful. Cool. Adweek. That's Joe Sugarman, I'm assuming. Any help with some kind of a roadmap for me? We literally just put out the 22-hour mega course, and then like we put out like a 1-month plan for people if they really want to sort of like accelerate their learning. So go watch our 5 most recent videos, especially the 22-hour mega course. So that's the roadmap. There it is. We laid it all out for you. Studying copywriting for a long time, but I still feel stuck. I mean, part of that one is like almost everybody who's like practicing copy, like outside of a context, they're eventually going to hit a plateau because, and here's what that plateau is. You can't know how to get better until you start seeing results for your copy. If you're on the agency side where you don't actually get access to results, that's like, are your bosses accepting it? Are you getting fewer and fewer edits on your copy? Stuff like that. And like, if you're a freelancer, like, is your client happy? Are they hiring you again? That's the metric that you would use. But if you're a direct response copywriter and you have access to data, then like you can actually see what in your copy sells versus what doesn't. So like a big part of one of the reasons why people end up getting stuck is what I was talking about earlier, which is one, they haven't started like looking further afield into complementary stuff, or two, they just aren't doing the work. And like, there's a certain limit to like, if you're not actually putting copy out there into the world and seeing how it does, there's no way that you're going to be able to get better. Like there's an asymptote there, a limit. And so what most people do is they sort of like recede and like, oh, I need to like read more books on theory and stuff like that, or I need to take another course or whatever. When in reality, like Sunday, the real answer might be like, maybe you need to get like a part-time gig to work on like your Saturdays or Sundays, a 5 to 9 to work in addition to your 9 to 5. That could be the answer. I don't know if it's the answer because I also don't know your copy. So go watch the final 9 hours of the 22-hour mega course. You'll find the answer. Does learning philosophy help directly with copy? No. If anything, it will make you worse at copy for the first few years of your career. What do you think is the biggest benefit from trying to write copy word for word from memory rather than just writing copy? This is interesting. So one of the hardest and most, like, how should I say? One of the exercises that I think helped improve me the most was an exercise that David Deutsch gave me, which is he advised me to read a piece of copy that I thought was very good, study it, mark it up, and like read it a few times, not just once, but like multiple times. And so what you then do is you go through and you try to recreate that, like from memory. How do you write this piece of copy? Like as close to word for word as possible. It doesn't have to be word for word, but you try to recreate as much as possible. But you don't look at the piece of copy that you're referring to as you're writing this. And what an interesting thing happens, you start to realize that writing a piece of copy is actually like a series, like a sequence of like problem-solving activities. You'll write a certain thing in a certain way, and you'll get to a certain point and be like, well, I don't know where to go from here. Like, and then what you can do is you can actually refer to the original piece of copy and be like, oh, I'm stuck here because like 17 lines earlier, this copywriter mentioned this thing. And that sort of like opens your mind up to being like, oh my God, like not only do you realize the problem solving nature of copywriting, but you also start figuring out and learning how to look for the ways that copywriters solve problems before they become problems later on in any piece of copy. And that's true whether you're writing a video script or an email or anything of any length. So that's the big benefit of like trying to recreate copy from memory. So again, super difficult exercise. Most people can't hang, but if you think you can hang, go for it. Let's see. All right, we got more questions about AI that I'm going to skip because we have the rants on the channel. This person gets it. Let's see. What are skills that would be great to learn while learning copywriting? For me, the skills that have like benefited my career the most have been marketing strategy, MarTech, like actually learning the technology. But then also like in general, copywriting is itself one word for like 1,000 different skills. So learning what skills to learn in addition to copywriting might actually be the wrong question. But what you want to do is you want to, at the same time, try to learn the skills that are going to be, how should I say, the most valuable for you in the long run. For example, if you're into graphic design, like graphic design is a great complementary skill for a media buyer, just as copywriting is a great complementary skill for a media buyer, but graphic design is not really a good skill for a copywriter to learn. You know, like that's not going to move the needle for your copy. It might make you a little bit of money early on, but there's a ceiling to how valuable that is. Now, marketing strategy, on the other hand, no ceiling on that. Let's see. Other copywriters claim using AI. So yes, whenever you see copywriters claim, you know that there needs to be a little bit more proof than just what they're claiming. Now, yeah, in my experience as well, AI often produces generic blank copy because that relates back to what I was saying before about what's called narrative thinness or cognitive thinness. How do you use AI correctly? Don't use it to replace your brain for the stuff that only your brain can do. That's the answer. Do I need to finish the 22-hour video before I start on the 30-day email course? No, you do not. I think the companion guide, the 30-day email course, was designed to go in parallel with the course, the 22-hour course. So ideally, it's supposed to give you a proliferation, not only information, but an additional information, but also context for some of the stuff that you're encountering in the course. For example, if you sign up, if you go to the 22-hour mega course and you go to the top description and you sign up to the companion guide through that link and only that link, you actually get a pay what you want offer for the script for the course. So like if you're having trouble getting through the 22-hour video and you're like, oh, I wish like for my note taking it were easier. I just wish I had a script where I could copy paste stuff. Like we gave that to you guys. It's in the description of the 22-hour mega course. So we're trying to give you guys as much complimentary, like helpful stuff as possible. You know, don't feel like you have to do one and then the other. Does Noah even watch these streams? Maybe we'll do that for an excerpt for the second channel one day. Creating your own offer for your own product or service is the best way to get out of the study loop. Yeah, because again, that relates back to what I was saying, which is like you're putting copy out into the world and seeing how it does. That, for most newbies and for most juniors, is the thing that will break them out of their plateau. Great, thank you. How to get copy out so to see how good you are if you can't get clients. Start your email list, start posting on stuff like social media, like try to game the system to where like you can get more likes, more comments and things like that. Get on Twitter, try to build a following, like write copy for your own offer. Like if you have any other skills, write an info product around that. And that's going to give you, here's the thing, doing all this stuff is going to really help you skill up across all these different platforms and all these different things. So like, not only do you get to see and test your copy, but also you get experience writing all this different kind of copy too. So the answer is it's literally infinite. Like there's so many different ways that you can get copy out there into the world if you're interested in doing so. Yeah, it's sorry. There's a ceiling there. There's a ceiling for designers. Like at a certain point, like for most people that have learned design to complement their copy, like they are very quickly going to brush up against that ceiling as opposed to other things. I'm definitely not going to highlight that comment about semen retention. This is, go watch our older videos and stuff like that. That's out there. That's out there in the world. Hold on one second, guys. I did something kind of bad, and I need to pause the video for 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, I accidentally locked my wife out of her office. Let's see. Well, at the rate I'm answering these questions, yes. Is it possible to make AI bots that write just like you? If your writing style is shitty, the answer is yes. So I'll have a whole video about how to use AI, but like if you want to get something that's like rudimentary, like sort of okay, like I want to say 60% of the way there, like, and you're writing the kind of copy that doesn't require a lot of like nuance, how should I say, development, complexity, things like that, and you just want it to sound sort of kind of like the kind of copy you want, here's what you do. You open up ChatGPT, make sure that you're using the paid version of this. Open up Sigma 3, I think it's called, the advanced reasoning version. And what you do is you basically say like, hey, I want to create a style guide for LLMs basically. And I want you to do it in what's called markdown style. So in ChatGPT, if you're not familiar, there's a canvas where it gives you like a Word document and it was formatted like a Word document. And then there's the coding thing. And what you want to do is to give you the answer in a coding thing, and you want it to be marked in using markdown style in such a way that it would be easy for LLMs to understand because everything is sort of divided in terms of sections. And then what you want it to do is you want it to give it as many pieces of your writing or what you think is good writing as possible. And then you want to start asking questions like, like what are some of the hallmarks of this kind of content? What makes it persuasive? Give me some like notes on tone and style. Give me some notes on punctuation. Like, you can give it the AP style guide if you're crazy and be like, create a style guide based on this. And what you're doing as you do that is you're building up a style guide in, and if you don't know how to do markdown, you open up Notepad on a PC. I don't know what it is on a Mac, and you save as, and then you save it as like, style_guide.md. Don't save it as text, save it as like all files, because the MD is what markdown is. And what you do once you build up your style guide of like how you want it to sound, and make sure to check it because it makes a lot of mistakes. Yeah, you can even instruct it to be like, don't use emojis, don't use M dashes, things like that. It will make mistakes, but what you want it to do is then like take that style guide, that markdown style guide that it gives you, copy it into the Notepad, save it as markdown, and now you have a file where every single time you start a ChatGPT project, you upload that file and you say, make sure to refer to this style guide that I just uploaded before you respond to me. Ta-da! Now you have an AI that writes sort of kind of like you, that built a style guide based around the kinds of copy that you want it to produce. Is it perfect? Hell to the no. Absolutely not. In fact, I think it's still kind of awful. But does it get you to a percentage of closer to where it needs to be? Yes. Does it solve the idea problem that I have been highlighting? No. So there you go. go watch my how to practice masterclass. I literally have a whole section about this, especially like how to overcome black page. There's a whole, like, we even have an excerpt from that video on the second channel. Like we've done content about this. So this question we've answered: how to practice copywriting masterclass. That is also in the mega course. The true answer is, like, you gotta figure out a way to have fun while you do it, and that is to just be silly. Like, pick a silly product, like write copy that's purposefully like goofy, like that you would never like see the light of day, but it's still persuasive. Like, the more fun you have with it, the less frustrating it's going to be, and it also relieves you of that stress. Okay. I can do a whole video about this, but very simply, I would start posting on LinkedIn pretty regularly. And what I would do is I would do case studies about medical marketing or health marketing of any sort. And then I would do like breakdowns. I would make sure to like have your career and like position yourself as like nurse turned copywriter and marketing consultant. And really what I would do is I would go to businesses, especially like health businesses. I would like connect with them, and I would connect with like not only like the C-suite execs and business owners, but I would also like connect with as many people working in those fields and businesses as possible. And then like if they post something related to either getting a job or like, you know, what they're selling or what they're making, like make sure to have a helpful comment for them. Don't like just pitch yourself blindly, but like make yourself seem like an authority. So LinkedIn, I think people sleep on LinkedIn a little bit because it is sort of a cesspool. But like in certain circumstances, like yours, for example, I think that it could be helpful. We have lots of videos about this. So start with the From Benefits to Deeper Benefits Masterclass. Yes, I am. It's one of many things that's in the works. 20,000 words a week. Oh man, affiliate marketing copy. Yeah, that's brutal. They wanted to lean heavily on GPT, and I found that even with a good style guide, it cannot write well. Yeah, that's accurate. But it does deep outlines for generic content well enough that it can spit out stuff that I can just build on. And it reads a lot less generic than having GPT spit out. Yeah. Another thing that you can do if you want to speed up that process a little bit too is actually like find out what the common sections for this affiliate content is. Like, for example, if you notice that like most of the like sections like on if it's affiliate marketing, what is it going to be? Like a product description, for example. If you find out all the product descriptions are the same, is like don't do a GPT for like the whole thing. Create a style guide based around the conventions of that one section, and then have a separate project for just that one section, and then keep feeding stuff into that project to continually like optimize and like gear the inference model towards it. I hope you are doing very well as well. I don't know what this is continued from or if it will continue, but yeah, Evaldo, he was one of my mentors. Yeah, I wrote a promo with him. It was great. It was super good. I made a lot of money. That might be too much. Might be a little too much. Here's a lot of people don't think about this. Here is an interesting complementary skill set: day trading and media buying. A lot of people don't think about that, but the logic behind both are exactly the same. Most people don't think about that. Yeah, Bob Bly is, I've worked with him before. He's great. He's great. He's like one step removed from me in a lot of different ways. Have you ever met any copywriters who became successful without taking any courses and completely study it by themselves? Yes, me. Because I was a freelance content writer for 13 or 14 years before I got a job for a direct response publishing company. And then I learned copywriting working inside that company. And yeah, I never took a copywriting course. Not even once. Like, I didn't take a copywriting course until I started wanting to study like what other people were advising people to do and being like, wow, all this sucks shit. I want to create courses and master classes that don't suck shit. Did I have any breakthrough or aha moments in SaaS niche copy? Landing pages or emails? Yeah, here's the aha moment. The people that you're writing SaaS landing pages for are going to be mainly twofold. One, people that are suspicious of copy and marketing, and two, like middle managers who are not your final decision makers. And so a lot of what you need to do in your copy for those kinds of products, it depends on the kind of product. There's obviously SaaS that's like, has a spicy brand voice and stuff like that, but most of it is pretty like weak, watered down, same corporate. And the reason for that is because that kind of copy makes middle managers and non-decision makers feel very safe. They are looking for the safest option because they do not want to put their jobs on the line. So the biggest breakthrough or aha moment I had about SaaS copy was that writing bad copy is sometimes better than writing good copy. Surprising, right? Very counterintuitive. You are amazing. Thank you for your support. I hope it really benefits you no matter what path in life you decide to follow. Yeah, I think it is a waste of time. I think that if you are trying to get practice, like putting copy out there and you are not working for a business, like putting stuff out on Twitter, like not copywriting stuff. Like again, like the only people that you're going to attract if you write about copywriting on social media is like other copywriters trying to learn copywriting. It becomes this sort of like human centipede of like regurgitated shit. You don't want to do that. What you want to do, what I was suggesting earlier, is like if you're doing a LinkedIn post or social media post or like building a quote unquote personal brand around yourself, is you want to position yourself as a person who has deep understanding of that market and businesses' pain points and needs in a given, not industry, but like a broad niche. So like, for example, I gave the examples of like health and like medical instruments and stuff like that. But another one could be like, oh, I don't know, electricians, and writing service pages for electricians and actually showcasing ads and like building a whole brand around like how electricians can build their business. And then what you're doing is your personal brand is not around you as a copywriter or a marketer. Your positioning is now as a person who helps electricians make more money. Much more powerful. Yes, he is. And English is like his second or third language. Amazing. I'm glad that I could help. Yeah, I revealed way more about like how to use AI optimally in this particular stream than I intended. But we're an hour and 15 minutes in. I haven't even reviewed any copy. Oh my Lord. I hope this has been valuable. I was wondering if it would be best to do the same thing, position yourself as and next, post your name out there. Yeah, like again, I think that there's a limit to personal branding, but I do think that I'll give you a specific example. I know a guy who knows a guy, and he wanted to break into like content, like marketing and copy. And so what he didn't make a personal brand for himself. He just went to Medium, like Medium, the blog website. And what he did was he just posted a article about HubSpot, like how HubSpot like monetizes its list or something like that. And then guess what? Whenever he applied for a job, his portfolio was that HubSpot case study. And then he got jobs. He got work at agencies, and then he got work in-house. You writing only one thing. So a lot of what I'm talking about are just different ideas that you can use to position yourself well. But again, the key there is to fill that circle of cred with something that you can point to so that when you apply to jobs, you can be like, yeah, I'm going to make you money. Just look at this thing that I did. That's the whole point of a portfolio to begin with. That's the whole point of like having like a personal brand to begin with. It's just to fill the circle of cred. And you can fill the circle of cred any way you want. Yeah. There you go. Maureen, you're amazing. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. And there you go. Bob Lai was a chemical engineer. So was John Capel. So was, a bunch of people. Yes. What is the one idea through a simple example? Okay. I'll use the example of a value email I wrote recently about what ideas even are. And so my idea for that value email was to simply make the point that an idea can move people better than any type of copy anybody possibly can, because ideas ultimately help shift beliefs and can help you reach people in the problem aware and unaware stages of awareness. That was the idea that I had behind that email. That's what I wanted to prove. So the idea then was, well, how do I approach proving that idea out? And so what I did was I started talking about, well, my hook there was like talking about all the people who have trouble understanding how ideas work. And then I pivoted from that into a discussion about like how Sigmund Freud's nephew actually invented breakfast, because he was a copywriter and he was able to sell an idea as opposed to a product. And that was the proof of how valuable ideas actually are. There you go. There's my simple example. I wrote an email about ideas. And the one idea was ideas are valuable. There you go. How difficult is it? That depends on your skill level, age, experience, the kinds of copy that you write, where you are in the world. But honestly, like I think in a lot of cases, getting an in-house role can sometimes be easier than getting a freelance role, as long as like the stars align on those 5 things that I just listed. Expected pay ranges from $35,000 a year to $55,000 a year, but that's entry level. When I first started at Agora, I was making $35,000 a year, but within 12 months, I was making $90,000 a year salary, not including like commissions and royalties. Can I start outreaching to clients with copy that I write for them for free in order to practice more? Yeah, that's literally advice that I give. I think earlier in the stream, I talked about using your spec pieces as samples and vice versa. Go watch the How to Practice Copywriting Masterclass. That's all in there. If you're not in Patreon, I'm not going to review your copy. Today is for answering questions and for reviewing their copy. And again, my own in-house experience, like I've shared that on many streams before and many places before. I'm not going to relitigate that here. Let's see. I'm trying to find job postings for copywriting and try to practice on those tasks and create specs for them. What more can I do? Well, a lot of stuff that I've been describing here, which is like, have you been learning MarTech? Have you been learning complementary skills? Have you been like, for example, anybody watching this right now can go and get a Google Ads certificate. It takes like a few hours. It's brain dead simple and it costs no money. And now all of a sudden, anytime you apply for jobs, you can say, by the way, I'm Google Ads certified. Cool. You just filled the circle of credit a little bit. Like, and there's so much stuff out there that's like that, and it's all fucking free. Like, so go do that. Just make yourself look as good as humanly possible. Good. I'm glad that it helped. Another one simply too is like, for example, the idea can be as simple as like Labor Day is coming up and the product has, I don't fucking know, like it's 70% off for until Labor Day. And so your idea is you're going to write copy sort of getting people hyped up to, save money on that discount, using that discount. That's it. That's the idea. An idea doesn't need to be any more complex than that. That is of course a gimmick, but like the idea or like the thesis, the one thing that you're trying to do in a piece of copy, like if you're just trying to like pump a discount, that's your idea. No, because some businesses don't even use sales letters. In fact, I would dare say most businesses don't use sales letters. I did so earlier. Definitely not video editing. Marketing strategy, yes. And MarTech, kind of, sort of. Programming, not really. It's benefited me, but again, there's another ceiling there. Website builders, sort of, kind of. Again, like that's all work that you would ideally want to outsource, sort of like graphic design. Management, I would replace that with leadership, and you would want to learn that because, like, if you want to either scale in your business or like become a consultant. But yeah, marketing strategy, definitely, that's the unlocker. All right. Let's see. As I said earlier in the stream, I know this for a fact. In fact, I am trying to find copywriters that I can work with. So there you go. All right. We made it. We made it through all the questions. It only took us an hour and 20 minutes this time. All right. Let's actually go through and look at some copy. I'm getting better. I think the last time it took me like 2 hours. Chrome tab, mini marketing, boom. Okay, now let's do this. And then, style. Let's go full circular here. And then, like, yeah, that's better. I don't know, but I like the brokey copywriter there. All right, we're gonna adjust the camera. Whoop, there we go. This is a Loom video now. All right. So the first piece of copy is from Sean, another Sean, not spelt the way that I have it spelt right now. So it's a mini marketing campaign. How to teach your child budgeting skills. Headline, how to teach your child budgeting skills. So it's a blog post. I'm going to tell you about some secrets on how to teach your child budgeting skills. All right, out of the gate, how many of you want to keep reading? Especially like all 3 of you that have children. Here's a lesson, guys. Your headline is probably the most important thing in any piece of copy. Your first sentence is probably the second most important thing once you get past the headline complex. In journalism and content writing, not everybody uses this term. I like to use it because I think it evokes an image that I think y'all should appreciate. Your first sentence should be called the stinger. And what does a stinger do? If you've ever been stung by a bee, it gets into your skin, and then when the bee flies off, the stinger stays in your skin because there's a barb at the end of it. You want the stinger to stick in a person's brain. Like, for example, let's think about the opening sentence of Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow. A screaming comes across the sky. It has happened before, but nothing you can do can prepare you for it now. Boom. One of the most amazing first sentences of all time. That is an example of a stinger. Another thing too, like, let's use copywriting as an example. Let's use, and since this is a blog post, I'll use a newsletter example from like the Stansberry Daily Wealth. John Osborne's, the first thing you notice about John Osborne's eyes is how dripping yellow they are. That's it. That was the first line of a piece of content. So, do you need to be aggressive? Well, either of those examples I just gave aggressive? No. But your first sentence of any piece of writing that you do, including blog posts, it has to be valuable. You can't do what is called posturing or throat clearing. The simplest, like the most, how should I say, rudimentary stinger you can do is to ask a question. With all the information out there, it's easy to get overwhelmed when it comes to budgeting for your child's future. That's more of a statement. So what are you supposed to do? Well, let's talk about the challenges, and we'll have other problems with the second sentence. So there's the easiest, most rudimentary type of stinger is a question. because humans are linguistically predisposed to sort of like have their response go up when you ask a question. That's why rhetorical questions are so powerful. So yeah, you gotta, yeah. Thank you. And by the way, thank you everybody for responding. I do see your comments. So like when you do respond, it does, like, it helps out a lot. So thank you so much. You can start it with a pain point. That is one possible way to have a stinger. But that's only one possible of many possible ways. The key is that, like, there's no absolutes here. The only absolute is that it has to be interesting and compelling. How you get there, that doesn't really matter. All right. Let's talk about the challenges you may have faced, such as having the time to set aside lessons through on teaching your child how to budget. I'm not sure what that sentence is saying. Every parent has little to no time to teach their child how to budget. If they don't do it, their child is likely to end up in so much debt they might have to file bankruptcy. Or worse, they may have to move back into your house as an adult. Let's look at some examples that chat's giving, because I think chat, you guys I think are on point about this. Keyword being inserted deliberately doesn't make much of an impact. For a stinger, you got to make sure it has an impact. You have to provide a why. Your child is going to be broke if he doesn't learn these financial secrets. I would read something like that. Yeah, again, it depends on the business. It depends on how aggro they want to be. But like, yeah, like that's effectively what he's trying to write here. I don't know if it's as effective as he wants it to be. Children that learn budgeting tend to be X% more likely to get rich. Here's how you can teach your child budgeting. That's another way into this. And I think that it's persuasive because, again, if you can find that proof, it's effective. How much does your child currently know about budgeting? Again, that works too. How about this? Even better potential. How much, for parents trying to learn how to teach their kids budgeting skills, we have to ask the honest question. How good are you at budgeting? For example, and then you come up with like 3 things that like sound complicated, but are really just like fancy ways of describing simple shit. And then all of a sudden the parents is just like, oh shit, I barely knew budgeting. And now all of a sudden you've hooked people with like preparing their child for doing something like, having a better future. But now all of a sudden what you're doing is you're actually writing to the parents and teaching them about these concepts. And so like you hit that double whammy of like deep benefits there where you're having them write to benefit their child, but they're also now like excited to read the rest of your stuff because they are actually learning from you too. So there you go. Value including rhetorical qualifying questions in the leads of that blog to create micro commitments. Yeah, it depends. Again, like I was trying to give a bunch of examples of stingers, and a rhetorical question is just one of them. Here's how your children can avoid crippling debt later in life by following these simple habits. Yeah, and that would be better as like a title, maybe, but it doesn't really work well as like an initial sentence or a stinger. Ooh. I don't know if that works for what the copy that we have here, but there's heat there. Like, that's like, that might actually be the hook for a really good YouTube video. Actually, I might steal that. One of the things with direct response copy that I really love, but that businesses really hate is like soft shaming people works. It just works. Like, not like, oh, you should feel bad because of how broke you are. Like when I hear other like gurus or get rich quick people say that, it really irks me and bothers me because like there's nothing actually wrong about being rich, but like asking like, is your child better at budgeting than you? Like it puts the lens and forces the person to self-reflect and be like, oh my God, what? Maybe? I don't know. Let's find out more. Like there's more intrigue there than just being like, oh, you broke motherfuckers. This is why you need to learn copywriting, which I personally do not like. Yeah, exactly. Don't be a poor dad. Question mark? I don't know. I'm working on it. I am, after all, a brokey copywriter. Yeah, possibly. Is your child going to be richer than you? Well, he or she may be if you happen to follow the advice of the blog post you are about to read. Boom. That's your opening right there. Oh, pretty good, right? All right. So the problem that I'm seeing here is that it feels like it's talking at me a lot. Like, I can tell rhetorically what this is trying to do. This is trying to build up a pain point, but as we've sort of established, it doesn't really needle enough to do that, nor is it like really emphasizing the line of logic. So, like, what's the line of logic here? You face challenges with budgeting, such as setting aside time and teaching lessons to your children. Every parent has little time to teach their children, but if you don't set aside time to teach your children, they might go into too much debt and might have to file bankruptcy. So, like, what you're describing, the line of logic from you not having time to your child going bankrupt, that's a very, very tenuous thread. I don't know if you can see my screen right now. That's a very that looks dirty. That's a very tenuous thread right there. And so the reason why this copy is not working is because the ideas don't flow logically or emotionally from one to the other. So that's the issue that we're running into here. And they could have a spouse/partner and children that also might need to move in with you. So we've just gone from you don't have time to sit with your child and teach them how to budget to you've just ruined your child's life and now your grandkids are going to have to move in with you, which, to be honest, for some parents may not be. I guess it depends on the culture that you're in. If it were like my family, it would be a problem, but for other families, it might not be. Here are some great tips as a beginning point in teaching your child how to budget. Start with the basics. Okay, I'm not going to read any further because this piece is not working. Like, from the get, like any advice that I give is going to be polishing a turd. And right now, the problem is with the idea, more so than the copy itself. And you need to flesh out the idea a little bit more and really sort of like jump back and speak a little bit more naturally and a little bit more conversationally, a little bit more human, and sort of really understand the threads and lines of logic that you're creating. Okay. But for the sake of this stream and for you and everyone else watching, I want to give you guys a piece of advice that is really, really useful for content marketing, but again, is actually sort of bad for SEO, maybe a little bit, not so much anymore in recent years because of AI, which I'll get to in a moment, but also is really, really good for reader retention. Okay. If you're doing a listicle or you're doing any sort of bullets where you have like a sort of like intro tag, one of the common things that a lot of copywriters do, hold on, I'm going to make myself a little bigger, is do this sort of, how should I say, bland acid, descriptive copy. We'll just call it descriptive copy. As in, like, you start with a bullet and you say, well, the first thing that we need to do is start with the basics. And what I'm telling you right now, after test after test after test, is that your writing is going to be better, more compelling, and more interesting if you present people with, how should I say, I don't want to say little points of friction, but also like little curveballs along the way. So, like, what is an interesting sort of slanted, sort of lateral way of reframing start with the basics? Explain to your child that budgeting is like planning for how you are going to use your money. Instead of start with the basics, why don't you have to, have number one be like, step one, have a kitchen table meeting with your child. Ooh, provocative, spicy, interesting, compelling. But like, it doesn't actually tell you what it is. It doesn't reveal everything immediately. It becomes like a like a tesseract. Like it unfolds in different dimensions the more you think about it. And that's not going to work for most content blog writing gigs that you get, because again, like, if you're writing for the Google spiders, some businesses and some like supervisors and managers might be like, hey, you didn't write as directly and simply as human possible, because writing like this is not actually for humans, it's for robots. So if you're writing for a robot, ignore everything that I just said. But if you're writing for humans, take these little taglines and actually spice them up. Come up with like lateral, weird ways to like reframe the thing that you're actually describing, such that the thing that you're describing is not immediately understood by the person reading it. And that all relates back to everything that I've ever taught you guys about like headlines, which is like, if your headline is not unique, then the person reading it is just going to recognize it, be like, oh, I've heard about this before, and then shove it over here and ignore it. And even if they keep reading, they're always going to have that like that initial resistance has been risen, is what I'm trying to say. And the same thing happens psychologically when you have start with the basics or create a budget together. You want to be a little bit more lateral when it comes to this particular kind of copy. I know that was a multi-minute lesson about 4 words. And that is why nobody watches these fucking streams. Anyway, yeah, Sierra puts it pretty well. Drop breadcrumbs. Don't just lay out either filler descriptive copy or like things that people can sort of bucket and like move aside cognitively. Sierra, again, the second time I'm going to say today, like, you should consider being a copywriter. You're kind of good at the succinct shit. So possibly, again, like this might be too aggro for some people. So it really depends. And if this is a blog, then it really depends on brand voice and stuff like that. There's a whole lot of variables that you have to consider. Cool, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, so like what I just taught you guys was something that I learned, and I was initially resistant to it. And then I started doing it, and I was like, oh, fuck, Mark was right. And so, yeah, I definitely had to like figure out and learn like sort of on the fly, like how to like be a little bit more lateral with how I introduce things. And by the way, that lesson that I just gave applies for like the beginnings of bullets, like this sort of like descriptive copy that like leads into a lesson. Works for listicles, it works for subheads, it works for any type of copy where it's like you're sort of using this little bit of copy to sort of like divide information that you're giving out piecemeal. So all those kinds of copy would benefit from the lesson that I just gave you guys. So hopefully that was helpful. Now, everything else, there's even formatting issues like this. Just it's not thick enough. There's not really enough here for me to really like assess this, because like it runs into problems at the very, very jump. And because of the thin line of logic, I'm not really convinced that this is even worth reading from the perspective of a reader. And listen, I tell you what, I should be the demographic that this is targeting, because Lord knows I need to teach my idiot children how to budget, because they are going to have a horrible life if they don't. Anyway, so yeah. Good. Yeah, I'm glad that you can vouch. All right. So I'm going to move on from here. I'm going to mark this as a green check, and we're going to move on to the next one. So this is an info product about manifestation. Currently got the site running again, and the traffic comes from TikTok videos and YouTube videos. Let's share this tab, and then let's go to Loom mode. Oh, no, this is Loom mode. And wait. Can I do this? Oh, hold on. Yeah, buddy. Okay. The advantage of having like a 4-foot wide screen. All right. So next thing, this is an info product about manifestation. I'm guessing this is a landing page. Okay, so you have the sort of like dynamic IHTML. This is probably made with like a page builder. So it's a landing page that also has the actual book for sale on it. One thing you should consider testing is separating out the landing page and the order form, and then testing different versions of the landing page that all point to the same order form. That way, like if you're doing like paid ads or YouTube ads or whatever, and like one YouTube video was about one idea and the other YouTube video is about another idea, and like one hooks up with like your landing page a little bit better than the other, what you want to do is actually like have another landing page that's like slightly modified. We would call it re-led, or you do a re-lead for your promo that connects more to the idea from that other YouTube video or to that other ad group or campaign or whatever. And then that way you have, rather than like having to like create the same like offer block over and over again, you have an offer page, like an actual checkout page. And then the landing pages are just something that you test over and over again. And then if you ever do paid traffic, that works better for like if you do like a dynamic search ad or something like that. All things that you can do. Sorry, that's just like a marketing strategy, like optimization thing that like isn't super intuitive, but like will really benefit you if what you're doing is like a bunch of TikTok ads and a bunch of YouTube ads about like different varieties or variations of the same set of ideas here, manifestation. Like I was saying in the last stream, like I'm not opposed to manifestation. I think it's a bunch of bogus bullshit. But I think that most of the ideas that we invent for ourselves are a bunch of bogus bullshit. So, who's to say that manifestation is any better than, I don't know, capitalism? Opening the copy with, have you ever caught yourself having these tiny worries? If the worries are tiny, then why should I buy your product to solve them? And here, I'll do you one better. Why is it asking myself about these tiny worries when I don't know what these tiny worries even are? Why not just start the landing page with the worries and then ask, have you ever found yourself asking yourself these questions? Have you ever found yourself worrying about these things? These are the things that you want to consider. Sometimes like it's better to just launch into some, like, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I've been trying to work with Alex and Rod on like these streams. And whenever I launch a stream, what is the first thing I do? Hello, everybody, hello. Welcome to Whetstone Wednesday, the only Whetstone that also happens to be taking place on a Wednesday. And then I go into the whole spiel. And guess what? Like on the YouTube retention side, like a lot of the views for my streams, like, and retention for my streams have been going up. And part of that is because like I just launched straight into stuff. That's going to be true for any type of copy, landing pages, video ads, like VSL scripts, like even the YouTube videos that are driving traffic to this place. Like you want to just launch into stuff and cut the fluff. And sometimes the easiest way to do that is to just inverse the order that you have some information. So hopefully that's helpful. If you're seeing this page, the universe has sent you to read the secret message. I would test a few different versions of that. There's a popular hook on YouTube right now, which is like, you will see this video when you're ready, and like variations on that. And I think that like you're trying to do a similar thing there. And I would just start as simply as possible with like that, if you're seeing this page, the universe brought you here. Let me explain why. Holy shit. Like, come on. Like immediately from the jump, that headline is just like, I don't even believe in this stuff. And I'm like, oh, I kind of want to keep reading the stuff that I just wrote. And yeah, there you go. Just corroborating what I just said. John Carlton used to say he would throw away the first 2 pages of ads that he wrote. He used to call it throat clearing. Yeah, I'm not sure it's 100% true. It's just sort of metaphor. But yeah, that's when I taught writing at university, that's something that we would talk about in that context too, which is like people would take a lot of time to get to the point that they were trying to make to get into the idea that they wanted to talk about. Better is to just talk about the thing you want to talk about. Okay. What if this doesn't work? What if I'm wasting time with this? How am I going to attract? Am I being a fool for believing all this nonsense? Now, here's the thing with these questions. They're too vague. They're too vague. And I think I understand why you're trying to do it that way. Like you're trying, like, you know, what is manifestation good for? Like as a story to tell ourselves, what is manifestation good for? It's really good for people that feel lost, that feel like the world is against them. They feel like a lot of their efforts in the past have not borne fruit. A lot of people that are into manifestation feel very stuck. You know, a lot of people believe that there's a rhyme and reason to things, but ultimately that, like, you know, they might be a little confused or a little perplexed about why good things have not happened to them. And so, like, how am I going to attract what? Am I being a fool for believing all this nonsense? What nonsense? You know, what if I'm wasting my time with this? With what? You know, like the problem that you're going to run into with people landing on this page is like you're trying to be vague to catch everybody, but by trying to go for everybody, you catch no one. Does that make sense? This is Rod and I actually just had a long conversation about this, where it's like most brand copy, 90% of brand copy is bad because it tries to go for the largest common denominator, the most amount of people. But in trying to like broaden your message as much as humanly possible, what you do is you reach more people, but impact fewer people. For a landing page, you don't have the luxury to do that. So if you can relate to having these thoughts or doubts, yes, exactly. I've said that many times before. All right. Not really. So I used to teach visual rhetoric. I'm not entirely sure what this image up here is doing. This I get. You know, if you're going to teach manifestation to people, you need somebody a little witchy. Not gonna lie, you want somebody who lives in Portland, has a thigh tattoo, like maybe dyed her hair purple, like has a huge amount of crystals, like just a geologically irresponsible number of crystals. That's who you want selling a manifestation course. So that's perfect. I'm a 41-year-old psychic medium and grief counselor in New Orleans. New Orleans works just as well as Portland. My life was permanently altered when the worst thing imaginable happened to me. My fiance, Malik, died in a motorcycle crash 4 months before our wedding. That's terrible. I'm sorry. He was the most lovable person in my life, and to be gone like that in moments could not be more resentful towards my life. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to him and tell him how much I loved him. I was consumed by guilt, couldn't let go of the idea that he was stuck between worlds. He was gone forever. Now, I want you to compare this to the previous piece of copy that we read. Every single line sort of builds off the other. So we went from I'm a 41-year-old psychic to an emphasis about the grief that this person is feeling towards loss. How did we get here? Look at that line of logic. Boom, 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 boom. Super good. So this is compelling. Is it optimal? I'm not entirely sure. Personally, I think that this feels a little thin. This takes up too much space. Like, let's, for example, if you land on this page, do I know that there's more copy beneath the scroll? I don't know. So you need to have little breadcrumbs sprinkled here and there. when we get to here, you are on the right path. And then a little bit of cred plus the personal story. If you're going with a story lead, like what you can do is you can sort of like tell that story like over the course of the landing page. But for all intents and purposes, this is not bad. This is not bad. Like, solid C plus B minus. This has the potential to sell already out of the gate. This, I would say, is more problematic. The visuals also maybe too. This, you're onto something. Now, is it the best? No. But it's something that you can test. So you're onto something there. His death made me completely lose control of my life. That's what I was saying before about who manifestation is for, the types of demographic and market that it's for. But one thing that I want to caution you vis-a-vis visual rhetoric is that if you are relying on these sort of animated, faceless, cartoony things, I would question to you, like, Maris, because I know that you wrote this. If I were to talk about the death of a member of your family, would you want my message about the death of the person in your family to have a whole bunch of cartoons? Yeah, you get it. Again, the cartoons can be good. Later on, if you revisit her cred and who she is, and like, you get through like the transformation story, like the how she discovered like the secret story, and then she introduces herself. Hi, I'm this person, which, by the way, hi, I'm this person. Let's start there. So who's the I? Like, well, I know the fiance's name, but who's the I? Jojo. And then you're relying on the image to do all the communicating there, which, again, like, there are people who are going to be reading this copy for whom the images will not even load. So you never want copy in the images to only exist in the images. That's what alt text is for. That's what writing copy is for. Yeah. But when we get into this part, yeah, I would definitely say the images, how should I say, undercut the gravity that you were trying to achieve with this particular piece of copy. All right. I was ruining myself, lost purpose and direction towards my life. Hey, I correctly assumed. All right. I was unable to do even the basic human needs. This feels like an unnatural way of framing this. Like, compare, I was unable to do even the basic human needs, didn't eat, didn't drink, and hell didn't sleep, versus I couldn't eat. I couldn't even drink. Lord knows I couldn't sleep. Again, when you go over your copy, definitely look for these lines that feel a little bit unnatural. All right. And by the way, like, once I start getting into like line edit stuff like that, and I haven't like started like beating you over the head with like, the idea is terrible, the organization of your ideas are terrible, you're on to something. So once I start actually critiquing your actual lines, like, that is the best thing that I can give, resembling a compliment. So removed from my contact list and was so angry at God for questioning him, not understanding why he would put me into this position. I went from being this happy, cheerful woman to losing the meaning of my life. This one night changed my entire life forever. I would change that to then, because you want to have like a before story and an after story. Oh, I mean, I don't do it for free. Anybody who's a Patreon member or like grandfathered in on the Platinum Collection, they are the ones who get their stuff critiqued. And then, I mean, let's be like, full transparency, ads are also on for this. So I'm getting like, 38 cents from each of you. So there's that. That's going to buy me the Lambo. All right. I had a dream. I dreamt of Malik standing behind my fog mirror, silently mouthing words I couldn't hear. When I woke up, I was holding his old wristwatch in my hand, despite it having been in a sealed memory box across the room. I was so mesmerized by this dream because I couldn't understand it at that time. So, a few structural things really quick. And I want to actually pull something out of my swipe file to share with you, Maris, because I think it's going to be influential for you. Give me a moment. I think the story is good. The problem that you are having right now is you've dialed in your storytelling. You're writing in emotionally charged language. But if you study copy carefully, especially landing page and sales letter copy, one thing that you'll notice if they incorporate stories is that they never just tell a story linearly. They always break up the sections with something else, because here's something that most people don't realize about story. Story in copy is actually a type of proof. What do you mean, Sean? How could a story be a type of proof? No, a story not only is something to engage and entertain, but also a story is how human minds communicate with each other. Story is how we perceive and understand the world around us. And so if you're just going story beat, 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 a few things are happening. One, the efficacy and the engaging power of your story is going to lose a little bit of its luster. Have you ever watched a sitcom where there's typically an A story and a B story, and it intercuts between like this thing's happening over here, and then this side story is happening over here, and it bounces back and forth? The reason for that is because that's an engaging narrative strategy, a way of presenting information visually that keeps people hooked. You guys, when you're telling a story, need to do that in your copy. We're taking back the compliment where, hey, I'm only doing line edits on you. You should be happy. Now I'm taking it back. I'm giving you a value edit. Bam! Hitting you over the head, Maris. God damn it. So, okay. Let's talk about storytelling conventions for a minute. I have a whole masterclass about this in the Platinum Collection, which is not linked in the description. You can't get it. It's exclusive. Fuck you. I'm kidding. I'm going to talk about storytelling conventions as I look up this piece of copy. AWAI Hall of Fame. Okay. So the reason why what you want to do is break up your story flow is because, one, it maintains the engagement of that story, but also, two, it allows you to bring in copy that does different things. One of the most important things that you can do if you're writing a story lead on a landing page or a sales letter is to intersperse it with secrets. If you start with a story, as you do here, boom, now you got to tease a secret. What is the secret that we're going to reveal? The power of manifestation. You want to give people, again, Sierra is the master at this, a little bit of a breadcrumb, a little bit of a, okay, all right. You know, I'm telling you, I'm not just trauma dumping here in the sales letter. The reason why I'm telling you this is because, and you actually write that in the copy, is because it was this tragic event that led to me making the most monumental discovery of my entire life. A discovery that not only shaped my world, but has since shaped the worlds of like, and then you would include the number of people that have read her book or taken her program, shaken the worlds of over X number of people who have learned the thing that I want to talk to you about. But before I reveal what that is, let me tell you a little bit more about what happened to me after the tragic death of my fiance. Then boom, you went from story to secret, back to story again. Do you see how much more compelling and interesting that is? Do you see how that has sort of like knock-on effects for later on in your copy in terms of not only engagement, but also to help people understand like, oh shit, I'm going to learn something more from this. Maris, give me a yes if these are actually, if that advice is actually helpful to you or in any way. That's more of like a value / function edit, because structurally speaking, like, you can't just hit people with the same type of proof over and over again. human beings are only able to squirt so much dopamine and endorphins into their brain, norepinephrine and other sorts of neurochemicals. Like your ability, the more you squirt, the less you're able to squirt, is what I'm trying to say to everybody watching right now, especially all the people under 18. Be careful about how much you squirt. Yeah. That's exactly, completely did 180s. Absolutely the case. Yeah, and that's the thing that you gotta work into with your stories. Like, if you start treating story as proof, then you start understanding, like, oh, aha, then I cannot just merely tell a good story. I cannot merely just imply stuff with this story. I also have to weave it in with other types of proof, other benefits, teasing, intrigue, things like that ultimately keep not only the reader engaged, but also sort of like make them more predisposed to buying the thing that you're trying to sell. I just turned 18. I don't like the stream. Is this what adulthood is? Yes. Yes. As you get older, you're able to squirt less. That's the main lesson. There is indeed a right time and a wrong time to squirt. And you guys, you have to be judicious. You have to be responsible with your squirting. God. Lordy. Lord have mercy. All right. Now, all that said, that's a structural edit that I think, Maris, like, I'm not going to read anymore because you're onto something. And I think that once you start looking at this piece of copy with that lens that I just gave you, you're going to immediately see all the different spots and places where you can improve it. Because again, it looks like you're just going through with story, when what you want to do is study a piece of copywriting that does the strategic interweaving of different functions. As far as storytelling goes, you're doing great. Your actual like line by line copywriting is good. There's a few weird things that I pointed out, but like, don't worry about the weird shit yet until you get the big important stuff dialed in first. And the big important stuff is, structurally speaking, is this piece of copy doing what I want it to do? Well, to be honest, you kind of are. Is this PG? Maybe it's PG-13. Make a masterclass on squirting? Sure thing. Sorry, Sierra. Yes. Listen, your whole goal as a copywriter is to... I'm not going to do it. That will get me demonetized. I'm not going to do it. All right. All right, let me pull up this piece of copy, and then I'm going to let you go on your way, Maris. I'm looking for it. Gift of trees, burn diseases out of your body. Live and make the plague of the Black Debt. Sell profits to young men. Dutch auction. Ooh, here we go. Now, I don't think this is a story lead, but I want to show you... No, the goal is not to squirt. Your goal is not to squirt. Your goal is to make your reader squirt. And by squirt, I mean like different types of neurochemicals that are constantly being inspired by different novel things that you're exposing them to in your copy. Let's see. I'm not the only owner of Copy That. I have to care about other people. And yeah, the Lambo and supermodels it was all rentals for a video about how stupid the Lambo supermodel lifestyle is. That will come out on DIY Wealth at some point. Yes, will do. All right, I'm going to share this. Hold on, let me open this in a new thing, open a new window. I feel like every single live stream I go off on some random inappropriate tangent that maybe I shouldn't. Oh, what can I say? Terrible role model. All right, Journey in the Fourth Dimension. Now you can transcend your everyday experience and enter the fourth dimension where space and time are integrated into a whole and where all events are interconnected. In the fourth dimension, there is no before or after, no here or there. Where you're in it, you can observe anyone or anything from a remote location, project yourself into the future, revisit the past, and discover profound miracles of healing. Notice what that's doing there. It's building enticement and then ultimately ending with benefits. Scientists are baffled. How is it that some people are able to gain access to information completely outside their physical experience? In this report, you will discover exactly how the CIA, the Stanford Research Institute, and others have done it. Plus, you'll learn how you can do it yourself. Look at this. Dear reader, you are about to enter a world in which the rules have changed, one in which time and space, as you perceive them, cease to exist. The world is real, and it's all around it. Listen, again, you and I, the people watching this, we're all a little bit more sophisticated. We all kind of know that this is sort of bullshit. Right? So, but here's the thing. Back then, there was still that layer of skepticism too. And when you wrote copy to skeptical people that were like in a place of their life, like with manifestation, where they would be open and receptive to, like, how should I say, extra sensory perception offers and information about the kinds of things related to like manifestation or like visualization or healing meditation and things like that. Listen, like, I'm not going to knock anybody who believes that stuff, because again, beliefs are real, feelings are real, and if people want that stuff, they're entitled to get it. But like, look at this copy as it starts. The world is real and it's all around you. Only the thing is, it's outside the realm of your five senses. Now look at this. It's all a second person story. Imagine yourself in a small valley surrounded by mountains. It's a warm summery day and a light breeze is blowing, billowy clouds, yada, yada. It feels good to be here. You look up to the top of the tallest mountain. You see a portal. It is your passageway across time and space. You notice this. As you walk, you experience radiate the light. By the time you reach it, the door closes and you feel the vehicle engage and begin to lifting, and you look out of the window and see the valley as it shrinks from view. You're moving up towards the portal. The vehicle stops. Now, this is ultimately telling a story and inviting people to imagine this. Then it changes the direction, changes the frame a little bit. Now it's not telling people that second person story. How does it feel? Now that you're inside the fourth dimension, I want to show you what you can experience. And then it's going into like the benefits of being able to do this. So you see that even though we're still like, we went from story and now we're getting an elaboration of the benefits, the what's in it for you after it was teased up here. So again, we all know that mind projection and stuff like that is sort of goofy. But if you look at this copy and you look at what it's doing, it creates and paints an enticing, exciting picture that not only feels, it's not being like, this is 100%, real and credible. It's like, it's literally telling people a story the same way that your copy is trying to. And then all of a sudden it pivots to a discussion about like how it feels. It changes the frame. And then you awaken and your remote viewing session is over. Does it sound like fiction? So even within that story lead, we're bouncing around different types of copy, different approaches, different frameworks, etc., etc. I'm going to share this sales letter in the Whetstone critiques. No, I'll just share it in general. Okay. There we go. So if any of you are in the Copy That Discord, I just shared the sales letter with you guys. What I want to invite you guys... Sorry, I sound like this like extra dimensional copy right now. I want to invite you to imagine a world in which your copy is as evocative and provocative as the story that you see here. Fucking Outer Limits shit. Ultimately, this is good copy. It's for a bullshit product, but a lot of people do believe this. For them, it is not bullshit. And so your goal, again, it's as a copywriter, it's to recognize a mass desire and then frame your message such that the people that have that desire would be receptive to it. So anyway, oh, hey man, isn't it your birthday? Happy birthday. Let's see. Yeah, it's again, like there's compelling writing here, even though it's for like a little woo-woo product. And if you compare that to like here, the problem is that we're just sort of like sticking with story constantly, and it needs variety. So hopefully the example that I showed you sort of illustrated not only what I'm talking about, but also gave you some evocative and provocative language that you can sort of experiment with. Because at a certain point, one of the things that you can do as you get in, like to the copy itself, is you don't just have to tell her story. You can invite people to write their own story. And that's the power of a second person narrative. Imagine you start manifesting the way that I've started manifesting. And what you do is same as this piece of copy. You tell the story that sort of demonstrates what they can expect from the product. And then you pivot to like forcing them to think about how it feels using the product. Again, we're talking about like spiritual projection and manifestation, things that you can't prove unless you have like a lot of social proof and testimonials and stuff like that, which by the way, if you do, use them. But if you want to prove it in a different, like more lateral way, one way to do that is to actually go from her story to your story, a world in which you are now getting what you want because you've manifested. You can always just rewind to the beginning. Like, we're going to keep the recording up, so don't even worry about that. You missed the whole spiel I had about squirting. I don't know what. Oh man, I should not be anybody's idol. I'm just a guy. Do not have a parasocial relationship with me. I'm just a dude who makes money with words and financial analysis, for real, and entrepreneurship, I guess. Yeah. So there you go. Let's see. All right. So I shared that sales letter. All of you have access to it if you are in our Discord. I'm going to mark this piece of copy as having been reviewed. There you go. Maris, I hope that was helpful. I've seen a few drafts of this so far, and I think that it's come a long way. I'm talking about this in particular. And your writing is improving. Like, I want to emphasize to people, like, I'm not trying to sell you guys on the Patreon and stuff like that, but like the coolest part about the Patreon for me and like doing critiques for people is that I get to see specific people and how their writing improves based on the advice that Alex Rod and me give them. And in the case of this, like, go back several streams and you can see the earlier versions of this and like how he's been updating it and changing it and revising it. You can actually see how a copywriter improves over time. That's really fucking cool. So again, like, not to sell the Patreon, but like I can tell that this stuff has been working for you. So I'm very, very glad. Like, listen, again, full transparency, like, I'm not going to say that reviews and feedback in the Patreon and our products work for everybody. Like, for real, sometimes trying to teach people how to become a better copywriter is like trying to explain Norway to a dog. Like, you just can't fucking do it. Like, some people are just cognitively not going to be able to put those pieces together. Sad fact of life. But when you do see people put that together, like, it's really cool and really fun to watch. No, actually. So we have a podcast queued up. We have, is freelancing dead in 2025 is another video that we have coming out in the next 4 weeks or so. And that is going to be like what people should do if they're trying to be a freelancer, and also give people some advice, like, where if you're not making freelancing work, like, here's how you can get into like work as an agency or in-house. So it's going to be more focused on that. That one's going to be higher effort. Alex is on the lead on that one. And then Rod and I filmed the 2 first episodes of what I'm hoping will be an ongoing show, where he and I discussed random products and like discussed how we would approach the strategy for selling it or marketing it from like a direct response side versus a brand side. I think the evolution of that show is going to be to have like professional copywriters or marketers on and choose a random product and like basically have them sort of like speak through their thought process vis-a-vis like how to actually sell the thing. So again, if people respond to that format, we'll make more of it. But we basically have content sort of planned out and like partially or totally filmed up until like mid-October. So for the main channel. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the Copywriting Career Copilot is our main outreach product. We have a special promotion that we're going to be doing for that relatively soon. Limited time, indeterminate. But we're going to attempt a new way of like blending like the Platinum Collection and the CCC, because like those 2 products go really hand in hand. And I think the natural like offer structure for that should be like a monthly like payment with an upsell to a lifetime for both, at a reasonable cost. So have you ever thought about creating a course on how copywriters who are already good enough can get into affiliate marketing? God, Konstantinos. No. Honestly, no. We had a bunch of like free and streamed content around affiliate marketing like a while ago. And a lot of that is either in the Patreon or in the Platinum Collection. Like we tried to port over everything to the Platinum Collection. But yeah, like we never did anything like really formally with affiliate marketing. But I love it. And I honest to God, think that like affiliate marketing in the age of AI is even easier than it used to be. And it was a pretty decent model than it used to be. Lindsey and I are actually talking about taking an affiliate marketing idea that we had, I want to say 7 years ago, and like dusting it off and, giving it to people that take our copywriting boot camps and being like, here's, learn by practicing, stuff like that. So yes, I want people to get their foot in the door for free. That's my goal. All right, let's look at the next piece of copy. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. All right. Let's scroll down and let's zoom in. This is not so much a critique of copy, but a critique of the overall strategy of this welcome email sequence that I'm going to be writing. This is regarding the storytelling question I tagged you on in the priority questions channel. Oh Lordy, is this the really long one that I forgot to respond to? It might be. Okay, so here's where we should start. Let me put it to you this way. And dude, I feel like I've known you and like have like seen you in Discord and stuff like that for a really long time. Like, what's your actual name? Like, I see you all the time and I want to actually call you by your actual name if you're comfortable with that. Is it just Cullen? Because here's like, and again, if you go to the video that we just released where I like revealed like what I had to go through when I first started an agency and several, this is a Secret Labs, the Titan chair. I should have a affiliate marketing link down below. Maybe that's the future of like copy that. Like every single video description is just going to have like, buy our setup. And then it's going to have like a link to a camera and a link to a chair and a bunch of affiliate links. Josh, amazing. Josh. Yes. So Josh, simply put, are you an idiot? No. And if you go back to what I was advising people in that particular video that we just released on like the brutal truths about like launching your own agency for copywriting and marketing, the advantage of working in-house or at a marketing agency is that you get to learn the ropes and you get to learn the systems. And so if your goal is to do it yourself, don't just show up, write the copy you're assigned to, and like get the job done. Actually start taking notes of like, how does this business get clients? What do they give me to show me what I should be writing? What are their SOPs for meetings? What are their SOPs for like client onboarding? Learn all that shit while you are working for the agency. Because guess what? Once you learn that shit, you can adapt it, modify it, and then use it for your own stuff. And while you're doing this professionally, and before you're ready to start your own affiliate marketing agency or even affiliate marketing business, what you can do is just like start doing like little pieces here and there to like learn how to do it. Like, for example, if you don't know how to make your own website and don't know the MarTech side, use your in-house agency job as your opportunity to like be paid to go learn the other stuff that will allow you to advance your career in the future. That's the advantage of working in-house or for an agency. You don't have to go hunting for work. You can just do the work and then learn whatever the hell else you want to do in your own time. Most people fail because they don't do it. Anyway, Josh, that is what I recommend. Yes, exactly. That's the CTA at the end. Now, I want to read this question. Holy shit. Yeah, I remember how long this is. Yeah, man, catch the replay. And yeah, I will see you later. Have a good one. Okay. I need your help with a storytelling question. Type of copy I'm writing. I'm working on a Fertile After 40 coach in her lead gen funnel, and I'm writing the welcome nurturing email sequence that people get after opting in for her lead magnet. Is there a way that I can share this? Slides, PDFs. No, I don't think I can share Discord, or if I can, I'm just old and a Luddite. The main objective of this welcome sequence is to sell people on her $300 masterclass, which overcomes the real cause of their infertility problem, the unique mechanism of the problem. I can explain that if you guys want to know it. Audience, English-speaking women aged 41 to 51 from the US, UK, Europe, and Australia, looking to become more fertile and conceive either naturally or through IVF. Cool. I kind of love products like this because, like, one, you can actually, like, there is information out there and coaching out there that can improve people's lives, and like not just improve people's lives, but dramatically improve people's lives. Like, imagine writing a piece of copy that ultimately begins a cascade of dominoes that end up with a woman who thought she would never have a child having a child. Like, how cool is that? That's copywriters can do that. That's really, really cool. So let's see. Awareness. Women of 40 plus who consciously want some sort of fulfillment or desire to become a mom. They want the solution to their problem of infertility, but they are not aware of the real cause of their infertility problem. They have the misconception that their problem is due to their age. Yeah, or a lack of partner. That's common too. I've decided to use the soap opera welcome sequence, Russell Brunson, to talk about that, whereby the main objective of the story will be to convince my target audience that the real cause of their infertility problem is the fact that their body has not been properly primed for pregnancy, and that it can be solved if they optimize their health for fertility before trying to conceive. Yep, that is a true fact. One common cause of infertility is that people are too thin, and one common cause is that people are too fat. So being health conscious is one possible solution. All right. But I'm not sure on what type of story hook to use in the second email. Do I start from my target audience desired outcome, starting from when the guru finally gave birth to a healthy baby after so many attempts, and then transition to the exposition where 2 years before this happened, a doctor told her this would be impossible, but then she made it possible due to her discovering and solving the real cause of her infertility problem? Or do I start from the painful outcome my audience wants to avoid? Oh, you're asking me a question an either or question where the only answer is to test. So I want to give you the answer. The answer is to test. But if you want something just sort of out of the gate, let's go to 175%. And let's actually dig into this and sort of think about this. Here's what the funnel looks like, where we have an Instagram post, reply or send me a DM with conceive, and I will send you this free report or something like that. And then you send the Instagram DM to the hot lead. That way you don't have to pay for ads, and you're only talking to people that like are a warm lead. Free guide landing page. You send the link to them via DM with a little bit of copy. They opt in. There's, of course, an upsell page. Let me see. Farfignugan. Let's see if we can zoom into 200% to read this. There's no way to make it bigger. Damn it. All right. Hold on one second. I'm gonna zoom in with my eyeballs really quick. The upsell page. They land on the upsell page where they are sent the Fertile After 40 Masterclass. And if they buy it or don't buy it, there is another upsell page where they can buy a 3-month something care package. Upsell is 1-to-1 coaching. Okay, great. Do we not see the zoomed in through? You're funny. All right, so the upsell page is the masterclass. Can I take a screenshot and zoom in like that? I mean, yes, but then I would have to change the... No, I'm being lazy. Let me be lazy. So we got an onboarding email. We got a whole 8-day sequence worth of onboarding. Now, here's the thing. I've done this kind of selling before, and I want to, let me see. Sold in her $300 masterclass. The masterclass is 1-to-1, so it's basically coaching. Is it $300 for 1 month, Simon? Is that the case? Is it $300 a month for the coaching? Here's the landing page that's been marked up. So the masterclass is the first upsell. The ultimate goal is to get people into coaching. Okay. I'm just trying to, again, so there are 3 products that we're talking about here. The ultimate goal of the actual email sequence is to get people into the masterclass, the $300 one, and then to upsell people on the coaching. Okay. Okay. So the second upsell page when people sign up, if they want the masterclass, is for the coaching. Okay, I understand that. Now, here's what I've discovered about this particular funnel. When you show people the offer for the masterclass that you're trying to sell them on day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, if they said no to that upsell, guess what the micro commitment is to future presentations of that same offer? It's going to be no. So usually what you want to do for this free to opt-in upsell page is... Oh, I don't have the link for the Copywriting Collective Discord. There is in the description of this video a link to the Copy That Discord, and if you ask somebody in general chat there, they will give you a link to the CC. Okay, so Simon, the upsell page from the opt-in typically what you want that to be, typically, not always, you got to test and figure this stuff out, is either a tripwire offer or something lower price, a book or something like that. What you want to do is you want to have effectively something priced at your average cost per lead. And so like, say, for example, you're actually promoting or boosting your TikTok ads and you confirm that like, okay, you spent, $20 over the course of however many days, like let's say 10 days, and it got you 100 leads, then you would do, okay, so that would be 20 divided by 100. So that would be 20 cents per lead. That's a pretty good CPL. So what you want to do then is you want to price that upsell page from the opt-in a little bit higher than that, maybe like $5, $6, $7, so that you can actually justify spending a little bit more. And again, you want that first upsell from the opt-in to be what's called a self-liquidating offer. This is all advanced shit. This is all stuff that's like, we haven't even really made a EMP, eMarketer Master Plan course about this yet. But this is the sort of thing that you want to be thinking about if you're thinking about marketing strategy and funnel construction, which is like, you want to think about the customer journey. And like the customer journey, like if they see the masterclass and then say no to it, and then they get into an email training sequence where they keep getting hit with an offer for the same fucking masterclass, what do you think your sales are going to be on that masterclass in the email sequence? Probably not very good. And then also, like, you also have to consider, like, if people buy it, do you still send them that same email gauntlet, or do you put them onto a different email gauntlet? These are questions that you have to ask yourself. Yeah. Hey, I don't even remember what's in our own products. That's how long I've been doing this and how old I am. Yeah, and here's the thing. You don't need everybody to take the upsell. You don't need everybody to do that. If they say no to it, if they say no to a book that might not appeal to 100% of her list, guess what? That name has not been tainted for the masterclass anymore. You can still show them the page for the masterclass. The problem where it currently is right now, like, yeah, the problem is that like you are showing them the masterclass the moment that they sign up, and then writing a bunch of emails about the masterclass. That's the problem. So the best case scenario, if you're getting a low cost per lead on these Instagram posts or Facebook posts or whatever, however you're getting your traffic, you want that $7 book to appeal to at least some people, because guess what? Those sales that come in for the book when people are in a buying frenzy, shit, man, like they're your hottest buyers. Show them the masterclass copy and then show them the coaching. So it's all inbound traffic. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like what you want to do is you want to justify like having a like paying for that cost per lead. So and what I'm telling you is that like if you're getting conversions on this, you want to boost your posts, even if it's just a like, hey, DM me for this thing. Like you still have got to figure out a way to get some paid traffic to like boost those posts, especially the ones that are working. So, and again, the goal there is to have a self-liquidating offer that justifies a higher allowable CPL. All right. Let's see. Story will show 2, blah, 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 blah. Rough structure. Email 1. Introduce the guru. Give people the free book. Open a loop. Yeah, incentivize them to reply. One thing I would advise you to do also in email 1 is sort of like touch on the pain points, because you're talking about a very sensitive subject, something that is very like, how should I say, really touchy for a lot of people. So you want to make people like, don't just be like, hi, I'm Stacy, your fertility guru. Don't be like that. Like really sort of hammer home and emphasize like her recognition of the problems that people face. And one thing that you can do there is actually like do that in like towards the end of the email, be like, after you recognize what people experience, then you go into a series like, of questions that you have for people. One of which could be like, what have you done to try to conceive before? Because guess what that does? That the answers to that particular question all of a sudden become things that you can make Instagram reels about. The problem with IVF or whatever the fuck. So that's what you want to do in those questions. You want to get the sort of things that will actually feed your voice of character research. If you are a Patreon member, you can get access to these pages in the Whetstone critiques section of the Discord. Also, give us the link of this landing pages to Loran from it. I imagine if you want to Loran from this stuff, like, why do you want to Loran from copy that is imperfect? If you want to Loran from copy, you want to find good copy first and foremost, and then try to model that. All right. Email 2, start of the story. Yeah, I would tease the story in here too. I think that this could be a good stinger. Tighten it up, but that could be a good one. Then the email goes to how bad she's feeling regarding the outcome. Okay. I'm not going to review the copy because this is based on your question, like mostly like, where do you start? So I want to just understand where you're starting. Transitions to exposition, telling the backstory. Alto, Alex, Altough. Come on. So here's the thing. If you're doing a story, you want to make sure that you're using good storytelling conventions, which involves like gradualization and intensification. Like, you don't want to just have the story be like beep, beep, beep. Like, the doctor told me I could never have kids. Though looking back, it probably makes sense that that was the case because I hit my head really hard and it fucked up my hormones. That's not a very good story. So you need to like really like not drag things out, but like really sort of build up the story. That's the whole point of the soap opera sequence. And also like definitely do some research into voice of character research. Like, maybe it's my horrific toxic masculinity, but I've known of at least one woman. I've spoken to at least one woman in my life, and I can't imagine that woman would ever say something like, I couldn't have another year go by without me being pregnant. So like, that might be a little too direct in terms of messaging. Go with your IVOC data. Okay. So if I understand your question correctly, where do you start? Start with the girl finally having a healthy baby, or do you start when the doctor told her she could not conceive? Let's see. How many emails do you have in this sequence again? Oh, Lordy. So email 3 or 4, here's what you want to do. Email 3, if that is where you want the first CTA to be, you want that one, email 3, to be the culmination of the story. Like the climax of it. The big heroic discovery, the amazing moment, the reveal of the mechanism or whatever. You want that to be in email 3. Email 2 is like act 1 building up to like the dark night of the soul. If you are familiar with the screenwriting book, Save the Cat, go read it. It's the best non-copywriting book that's ever been written. So with email 2, like you're really sort of introducing the characters, you're developing the characters, you're introducing the stakes, the problems that people need to overcome. You're introducing the first initial things that people are doing to overcome those problems. Yada yada yada. That's the Act 1 thing. Then Act 2 is where like they've ventured off away, like to try to discover the thing, but they're encountering obstacles along the way. So email 2 in this is sort of combination of like Act 1, Act 2, and then email 3 is sort of like Act 2, Act 3. And like email 2, you want it to be like, you want it to end like on the darkest moment. The, oh my God, all hope is lost moment. The, I'm crying on the bathroom thinking about slitting my wrists because I can't have kids. And what even good am I moment. Don't be that dramatic, but like that's the kind of like level of thinking that you need to be having. With email 3, you want to bring things to the heroic climax and then the denouement. And the denouement, of course, for any sort of story-based copy is going to be buy the fucking product, motherfuckers. That's don't use that as the CTA. Now with email 4, a really good open loop is okay, but like again, do you feel that like how to overcome it in 12 weeks, which is what I'm going to reveal in email number 3. Do you feel like this is the dark night of the soul? Do you feel like this is when the Avengers are about to lose, when they're overrun by Thanos' army? Do you feel like this is the moment in your copy where, God, I don't know, like the only movie that I can think of right now is Margot at the Wedding, which is one of the most depressing movies ever made in the history of humanity. Shout out to my Noah Baumbach fans. Anyway, none of you. So, yeah, you got to really look at this and be like, is this ramping up the drama as much as I need to be at the end of email 2? And I would say no. N-O. So, email 3, bring things to a climax and then a close. Email 4, the best thing to do in that particular situation, unless you're dragging out the story or going with like a different sort of sequence and stuff like that, I would recommend doing like a bomb of testimonials or case studies. Even just one good case study is enough typically. Yeah. And then, emails, I forget like the specifics of the soap opera sequence, but you can look into that. But like that is typically like overcoming objections, providing proof, and, going a little bit deeper into like more logical things, because Christ on crutches, if the emotional triggers didn't hit in emails 3 and 4, then maybe you need to make some logical appeals in email 5. And then emails 6, 7, and 8 typically are either closing, some other thing to like spice up the offer. But then you would have an email 7 and 8 like, all right, are you going to shit or get off the pot? Like, do you want this or not? Do you want help having a child, or are you just playing around? Like, you want some sort of scarcity, urgency, and like poking people to take an action. That's what you want in your final 2 emails. And in terms of the copy in email 3, yeah. Now, here's the thing. Until this is like, right now, this is all sort of sketched out, sort of like very, very, very rough draft. Like, it's not even really fleshed out in any sort of way. Like, for example, this feels more email 2 to me. This is the emotion where you want to land on at the end of email 2. And it's this discovery, the trying something different, and then seeing the results building to an emotional climax, and then like a nice like cathartic release of like, yes, finally. That is what you want to be achieving in email 3. The build up, the discovery, the climb from the bottom of the hole. Like, and there's a movie some people have seen, Dark Knight Rises. Batman is literally a man in a hole. And then he literally has to discover things about himself and train and become better in order to climb out of the hole. That's the man in the hole story. Dark Knight Rises literally has, in the middle of it, apropos of fucking nothing, a man of the whole story. So that's what you want there. Now, is this really cracking? I think that this is a fine place to start. But I also see the merits of starting with like the birth, holding the little gross vernix covered hand of your child that you never thought you would get to have at the age of 46 or whenever she had her first kid. And so another potential hook at the bottom of the dock. Ah, yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. There you go. And also, like, since this again, back up the truck, basic shit. What was the age that she gave birth to this kid? If you're going to show this story and it's going to be used as proof for a get fertile after 40 kind of product, this story has to take place when she gave birth in her 40s. That's a necessary precondition to this story working. So, but yeah, I can definitely see this working. I actually kind of like this better because this allows you to segue neatly into this. But like, there's another potential angle that I want to propose to you, which is that like, you obviously don't want to like sap the emotional power of giving birth. One thing that you can do if you want a similar effect, but you don't want to spoil your climax, is the positive pregnancy test. At the age of 44 or 43 or whenever the hell she was, whenever she got pregnant, like have the shocking opening, the hook be her disbelief at seeing a positive pregnancy test. I never thought it would happen for me. Like, was it? And like, again, like the thought that goes through a woman's mind is like, I took 2, 3, 4 more. I needed to confirm, like, what was it possible? Was it true? Because false positives happen on pregnancy tests like all the time. Guys, keep that in mind if you ever see one. Don't get trapped. It's terrible. I'm a bad role model. But you understand the point that I'm trying to make. Like, if you want to have like that part of the story, but you don't want to spoil the grand emotional climax of giving birth, that's one way to do it. So keep that in mind. There's not enough copy here for me. Like, I talked mostly about the marketing strategy, the funnel strategy, like the customer journey, and like the story hooks and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. And with the pregnancy test stuff, like you really get to straddle that emotion of like excitement, but also nervousness. Is it possible for me? Well, only a few years ago, I was actually told it was impossible. And that's your transition to the flashback where we're going to catch up now to the present. So again, that's just one suggestion. You can go with it any way that you possibly want. But I think that like in terms of like the emotional beats, starting with where I suggested might be a good way to start. Did that help? Do you have any other questions for me? Any women in the chat want to add their 2 cents about like other emotions and things that he needs to be cautious of or attentive to for this kind of product? Because again, like I'm a dude, and like while I can be very empathetic, I don't know everything about that emotional journey and experience. So like for women especially, but women with kids especially, like, what are your thoughts? Landing page of the masterclass. So this one. Well, if this is a landing page, you want to get rid of like all the navigation links at the very, very top. First and foremost. Is there a way to like actually mark shit up in StreamYard? No. God bless America. All right. Yeah. No, failing at motherhood before it even begins. I hope that's not your story. I hope that's a problem that we're overcoming here. Yeah, you worry about failing your partner. Okay, these are pain points. These are concerns that women have that hopefully Sierra does not have. But yeah, there are common concerns. Like you worry. It's like people's jobs. Like people wrap up their identities in jobs, and for a lot of women, not every woman, every woman, they wrap up their identity in their ability to give birth and to be a mother. That's partially a biological thing, not for everybody. Partially a socially conditioned thing, not for everybody. Notice the hedging language here. I'm not trying to paint in the broadest strokes possible, but like that is a thing. So yeah, so these are all things and pain points that you might want to consider. That's good. Yeah. It's listen, having kids is, you find yourself being delighted by the weirdest, stupidest stuff. It's bizarre. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, discover the science-backed holistic strategies I used to have. Okay. That was at 44 and 46. So, okay. This is not a needle moving thing, but I'm going to talk about it because most of you don't come to me for like the broad strokes. Like if you want like broad examples of like very good value edits and functional edits, go to Alex, go to Rod. They are geniuses. They can tell you whether copy is working or not. If you want to get insight on the weirdest, most nuanced, slight, like grammatically, like does this even matter kind of stuff, I'm the person to talk to. Ain't nobody better in the copywriting world than me at this. I used to have in English means something different from I used to have. I used to have cholera, but I don't anymore. Versus the strategies I used to have, I don't know, love and affection in my life. It's one word used that has two different meanings grammatically. And so one of the things that you need to consider when you use phrasal templates like I used to have, when people read that, it can confuse them. And it doesn't sound right. So, oh, I used to have babies. I don't anymore, but I used to have them. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. My wife just heard that. Don't tell her I do so many drugs. Yeah, there you go. Allowed me to. It's that's the whole point of these critique streams. Like you probably wouldn't have noticed that. Like again, because you have the one reading in your mind when you write it. But as you advance in your copywriting career, you need to be more and more attentive of these small little double meaning things that a verb like used could have. So that's the minutia. Let's actually focus on the bigger, better stuff. Discover how I got pregnant twice after 40. That could lead to another product, as Irev pointed out. Rewind. I had a whole spiel about squirting earlier on. It was great. So discover the science-backed holistic strategies that allowed me to give birth, naturally at 44 and 46, even after my doctor said donor eggs were the only way. Now, a question that I have is, did this person use IVF or any sort of like fertility treatments? By the way, if any of you guys want to see like a great example of like emotionality, Why does it say 44 and 46? Those are the ages of both births. Master of None IVF episode. If you guys want a reading assignment that's going to make you better at writing emotionality, go watch the 4th episode of the 3rd season of Master of None. It is absolutely one of the most heartbreaking and intense episodes of anything that has ever been released on television or streaming. It is so good, and it gives you real empathy for women who do not have children, who can't have children, and who have to go through what they have to go through in order to become pregnant. It is so rough. Yes, this is a, like I said, Master of None, Season 3, Episode 4, or Chapter 4. And yeah, the target market is women ages 40 to 50. All right. So that's good. I would experiment with different headlines, like write 100. And again, like most people who are like, write 100 headlines. Yeah, you should be writing 100 headlines just out of the gate. Just try different things, different iterations, different wordings, different frames of getting into the same idea. Because like this is fine. I think that you would benefit from including the word naturally in there somewhere, but also like this is getting a little too wordy. And so you want to be careful about that. So 40 proven lessons, boost fertility in 12 weeks, create your dream family, ready to conceive. Let's see. So that is okay, but that doesn't really work as a headline, because with headline copy, like let me put it this way. Discover how I was able to have children even though my doctor told me I couldn't is rhetorically different and more powerful than my doctor told me I couldn't have children, but I went ahead and had children anyway. It's about importance and the hierarchy of messaging and prioritization in there. If you present, my doctor told me I couldn't have kids, what's the most important thing in that version? Inability. Whereas if you start with, I was able to conceive naturally at 44 and 46 years old, ... even after my doctor said that donor eggs or IVF or some better way of phrasing that was the only way. There, the power, the emphasis is on the first thing that you said. It's on the ability, the benefit, the outcome, the goal. And you want that in your copy. So these slight changes have huge, massive knock-on effects for copy. It's really crazy how it works like that. Good social proof right below that. If you have more, definitely incorporate more. If you work with a designer, like there's some other stuff that you can do to improve this. Is a headline ever too long to read, Sean? I can tell that you have not read my headlines and leads or seen my headlines and leads masterclass in the Patreon collection. Yeah. In that, I go over a headline that is several hundred words long. So there you go. To the women over 40 committed to making motherhood a reality. My name is Rebecca Rumsey, and I know what you're going through. So yeah. I've been there, and let me tell you, yeah, this probably works. This is okay. Actually, all things considered. Yeah. This natural treatment helped me conceive. Treatment might be a little too clinical for some people, if you catch my drift. Here's the thing. I like the discovery aspect. I like science-backed. I like holistic. I think that this would benefit from the word naturally. I like strategies because it's a little bit more like it's neutral. It doesn't come with like emotional baggage the same way that like treatments do. But ultimately, like all those things together aren't working, and so like Alex has to sort of like buckle down and really sort of play around with the words on the page and like really sort of like scramble up the dice and see like 38 different versions of it to see which one is going to like be the most effective. All things considered, this landing page is not terrible. Like it's like if I, as a mock-up, it's not bad at all. I would say that you might consider paying somebody on Fiverr to, who knows design really well to like get in here and make it better. But it's a good start. I feel a bit passive or unappealing, maybe? No, I don't think so. 40 proven lessons. Here's the thing. It really depends on what you're trying to do with this landing page. Are you trying to delay the reveal that this is a course or this is a product as long as humanly possible? If that's the case, then yeah, you don't want to mention that. If you want to like be upfront and be like, this is a course on conceiving, then this is totally fine. And again, like both ways in are going to depend on like the types of people that you can get onto this page in the first place. An objection. Is this explained? Dove into the research, spent a year holistically preparing my body, doing the necessary ablutions. Conceived naturally at 43. Sort of living proof of the power of natural fertility optimization even after 40. Let's see. Isn't just what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for what overcomes Sierra's natural objection, which is, where is this coming from? Is it a part of a medical program? If it's science-backed, where is the science? Master's degree in holistic health and multiple certifications in nutrition, fitness, and home health. I love how you've peppered in social proof throughout this. I think that that's very good. Okay. Case studies. Very cool. Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot going on here, just skimming through it that I like. I think that as it stands now, the thing that you want to improve is your design a little bit. All told, like I think that this could probably work, but you're going to want to be Johnny on the spot about iterating. I'm not going to get super granular about stuff because then we're going to be here for 7 hours and I have shit to do. I think that hitting on pain points here instead of talking about the story is fine. Though there is also the possibility of like bringing it higher up. I think again, pain points and then story, totally fine structure. You don't know which one is going to be the best structure until you test. What is this? What was I going to say? Oh yeah. The one thing that is missing from this landing page that I think is going to be important to talk about is some discussion of the methods. Holistic is a sort of like what we would call a hand wavy word. Ooh, it's holistic natural healing. Ooh. When in reality, like you do want to devote some time deeper in, and you want to tease this too, is some explanation of what holistic in what way, science-backed in what way. a section on the mechanism is going to be important. That's what I've been scrolling through trying to find. Aha, you get it. So science-backed holistic is like, ooh, it's science-backed and holistic, ooh. But your readers are going to have in the back of their head, like, okay, what's the science? Holistic in what way? Does this align my chakras? Do I need? Is my chakra purple enough to conceive a child? That's the question that people are going to be asking, depending upon what you mean by holistic. So that's the stuff that you want to keep in mind. The purpleness of their chakras is what I'm trying to say. An English language learner just heard me say that and was just like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Yes, if this person is not a medical doctor, you need to say that. If you need to, like, if there's some concern vis-a-vis compliance about like medical treatments, or like the easiest way to like have a disclaimer is to have very clearly and sort of like upfront, like, not a medical doctor, like make sure to consult a medical physician before you attempt this course, things like that. Like, one thing I've learned working in a very regulated industry is that people just sort of gloss over disclaimers anyway. Like, you can, I have literally written a disclaimer for a financial product where I was just like, if you want to make money, you should not buy this product. And guess what? It sold $1 million fucking dollars. And like, again, the reason why people buy products like this have nothing to do with the logic. So you don't need to be afraid about like revealing disclaimers and being like as ethical as humanly possible. So okay. Well, what is the unique mechanism of the solution? Like, if the unique mechanism of the problem is like hormones, then that permits you to do like two things. One, it allows you to have a big reveal about what the problem actually is. People learn something, people trust this more. And then two, it allows you to then sell against alternatives. But like, the only way that the medical community only like, forces every woman to like, go down this path is to get like hormone replacement therapy and injections. And it's like hard and taxing on the body. And if you want to see it, go watch Master of None season 3, chapter 4. If you want a clear example of the pain points that somebody has to go through in order to get IVF. Like, you only need to summarize what happens to a woman in that episode in order to sell against the alternative, which is IVF. So there you go. But yeah, that's what you would want to do structurally there. If you revealed like the unique mechanism of the problem, and then you need to talk about the unique mechanism of the solution is about like, different ways to modify. And then that is an opportunity for you, like, especially in the offer section, to be like, in module 3 of this course, we're going to teach you how to naturally modify your hormones using, I don't know, some breathing technique that you discovered. And then why are people buying? They're buying so that they can learn the breathing technique that helps them arrive at the unique mechanism that solves their problem. So you don't need to worry about like hiding. Like, you want to build intrigue for sure, but you want to not worry about like hiding like the fact that like this is about hormones, and all the things that you'll learn are about ways to modify your hormones so that you can conceive more naturally. There you go. Anyway. Brand new sentence. r/brand new sentence. You can give birth like a 25-year-old healthy woman after 40. I don't know. I don't know if that would be as effective in this particular case. If it were a fitness product, definitely that works. Look like you're 25 at 50, that works. Beauty products for sure. But giving birth at 25, what if you're speaking to a person who tried and wasn't able to give birth at 25? You just lost that person. So I don't think that would work. Just a suspicion, though. I could be wrong. I would put it where I would put claims. Like, for example, I was just talking about the unique mechanisms and stuff like that, or in like the different ways that you arrive at the solution. That's where I would start. I would include hedging language and stuff like that to be a disclaimer. Oh yeah, no, a good copywriter knows how to weave in a disclaimer to the copy itself and then spin negatives into a positive. Obviously this, trading strategies don't work for most people. Obviously, you want to make sure that you never trade more than you can lose, because if you lose everything, you won't be able to trade anymore, right? Well, listen, I'm here to tell you that even though that's the case, this trading strategy is still the best thing that I have found after 20 years on Wall Street. Do you see what I did there rhetorically? I introduced the hedge, the disclaimer, and then I reframed it as a person's personal experience. Not, this is the best trading strategy. No, this is the best that I have found after this credible thing that I've experienced. You can definitely do that with this kind of copy too. I'm just teaching people all the crazy cool cracks and tactics that are in my $9,000 Bootcamp master class of how to write copy more gooder. I'm just giving it all away for free in this fucking stream. All right, Alex, any other questions? I feel like I've stood on this enough. I hope you have enough to work on not only the email sequence, but the landing page as well. And landing page is definitely closer than the email sequence, gotta say. Anything else? Because I wanted to move on so I can eat food. And also, I have a meeting at 8, so I can't do this for very long. All right, moving on. Oh, and I also have to check the green thing in the Bootcamp. Hold on. And we recently reorganized it, or Adam did. Reorganize. I'm going to green check this. That was a long stretch of time where I talked about stories and fertility and the show Master of None. So hopefully you all appreciated that. Also, legal disclaimers. All right. Context. This is a meta ad script. Ooh, UGC video. Ooh, I love this, about a mold-free coffee. This is right up Alex's alley, by the way. Alex's alley. The brand is Purity Coffee. So the one reader, coffee enthusiasts who care about health but are unaware of moldy coffee. Okay. The argument is that moldy coffee makes you sick. Perfect idea for a lift. Love it. The offer, or the objective rather, is organic, mold-free, mycotoxin-tested coffee. For that, I would say, like, if you guys are writing RIOA to, get people to click on a link to a page where they can buy organic, mold-free, mycotoxin-tested coffee. So there's a slight difference there in terms of objective and offer or whatever. The action is try Purity Coffee. And then, the link or the action you want them to take, clicking the link, et cetera, et cetera. So objective, getting them to buy this. The action is clicking a link to go onto a landing page to do this. It sounds like a small little nitpick thing, but it really does matter if you are writing copy or writing a brief or anything like that. Idea simple, most brands overlook it. Try not to focus on selling too hard. Wrote the primary text from the perspective of the UGC creator. Great. Any special consideration for UGC or scripts compared to written copy? Yeah, for UGC scripts, especially on Meta, like you got 1 or 2 seconds to hook people. And like, so you did the right thing here, which is you have many hooks, but like, man, start with 10 hooks, 10 different ways of capturing attention. 10 different, like 1 to 2 second things. Hook 1, and then like organize the hooks according to your IVOC data, like what people care about, and then always like throw in a curveball, like a weird hook or like a shocking hook or something like that. Take your most common IVOC data, and then like what would be the hook that appeals to a person with this bit of IVOC research? What would be the hook that appeals to this person? And so on and so forth. Hook 1, moldy coffee almost sabotaged my musical career. Hook 2, moldy coffee. I didn't believe it either until it nearly cost me my health. Hook 3, my doctor told me to stop drinking coffee because it has mold. I don't love these hooks. Imagine you're scrolling through Instagram or Facebook, and all of a sudden you have like a cup of coffee, and you crash zoom in to the actual thing, and like the skin, there's like a membrane of like mold floating around on top of the coffee, and then reverse shot to like the person looking into the cup, and it's like, and like the hook as this is all happening is something along the lines of like, does your coffee have mold in it? There you go. And so like one thing that you want to do with these hooks is to really capture attention, to really, really grab people. And yeah, so one hook could be like, instead of my doctor told me to stop drinking coffee because it has mold, you might want to approach that a little bit more laterally. Like, my doctor, told me to stop drinking coffee, and I couldn't believe it. Coffee is my life. I love it. I'm sure you feel the same way. Then my doctor said, your coffee might have mold in it. A little bit of gradualization. And like that hook is a little bit longer. You want to tighten that up, but like you see like these different ways of ingress. What will the mold actually do if I keep drinking it? Well, probably hallucination. It will probably kill all the bacteria in your gut. That's where penicillin comes from. Mold has natural antibiotics, but also it's just generally not healthy for you. And also, like, it can a mold or certain types of fungus can actually like plant themselves into your gut. Athlete's foot is basically that. Like, it's a fungus that has like effectively taken root in your flesh. So there you go. Body script. I'm a singer, songwriter, and composer, and coffee is crucial for my productivity. Why not just start with like, coffee is crucial for my productivity? But when my doctor found out that mold exposure was behind my life and death challenge, I don't know what that means. Like, this feels irrelevant as it stands, and this feels out of the blue as it stands. So I'm not following the thread of logic here. He informed me that I had to stop drinking coffee because it's one of the most common foods with mold presence. I thought I'd never drink it again, but then I found Purity Coffee. They grow organic coffee, and every batch is tested for mold and mycotoxins. Mold presence. They grow organic coffee, and every batch is tested for mold and mycotoxins. I've been drinking it for about 2 years now, and it was a game changer for me because I can continue enjoying tasty coffee while staying productive and making music like the song you're hearing now. Don't let mold steal the pleasure of drinking coffee. Grab your batch today. My problem with this is that it feels thin. It feels very thin. Like, if you watch enough UGC ads, one of the things that you quickly realize is that like there is that sense of intensification. It does go over different things. It does sort of like retread the same ground again and again. This could work theoretically, but like it just feels meh. At this point, the singer-songwriter, composer, like, staying productive and making music like the song you're hearing now, like, it's not woven into the logic of the ad. Yeah, and that's the big thing. More specifics, more imagery, like create the I'm not going to worry about this because the script itself isn't really working. So like, if we watch more UGC ads, we'll sort of uncover it. In fact, let me see if I can pull up a UGC ad that's pretty good. Hold on. I have to get into Instagram on my actual desktop, which is always a nightmare. All right, that goes like that. That goes like that. Oh, damn it. Hang on one second. I'm trying to pull an ad for us to watch together. Oh my God, two-factor authentication. God bless America. All right. Hold on. Yes. Or messages. There we go. I'm trying to find this a decent-ish ad to show you guys that I was studying recently. Here we go. Copy link. Now, behold. Oh, share this instead.
In public with a big prediction. If you've got money in the stock market, here's something you really need to be aware of.
Look at that hook. So simple, right? If you've got money in the stock market, there's something you really need to be aware of. Okay. Not aggressive, very compliant, very Facebook friendly.
One of Wall Street's legends has gone public with a big prediction about the exact month and day the stock market is most likely to crash again.
Look at that.
His name you need to be aware of.
One of Wall Street's legends.
One of Wall Street's legends has gone public.
Has gone public with a big prediction.
With a big prediction about the exact month.
About the exact month and day the stock market is likely to crash again. So we have the hook. If you have money in the market, you need to pay attention to this. If you drink coffee, you need to pay attention to this. And then what would you do? So if you drink coffee, you need to watch this video because, if you're like me, coffee is crucial for our productivity, yada, yada, yada. But then like you get into like the big like prognostication or declaration or like the big problem. And then this is more of a prognostication lead or a prediction lead. You would want to use in your video ad as like more of a problem solution lead where you build up to the problem and then the reveal and then like everything else is going to be proof around like the existence and the drama of the problem and then also like the amazingness of the solution. So let's watch.
Month and day the stock market is most likely to crash again. His name is Mark Chaikin, and there's a good chance.
What is it? Their name is Purity Coffee. But then I found Purity Coffee. That's your thing. That's your transition to what you currently have.
So you've seen him on TV. Mark.
And then where's the social proof there? Purity Coffee. Where do they sell it? So like if Purity Coffee is in Walmart, you've probably seen our coffee on store shelves at places like blah and blah.
Got his stockbroker license way back in 1966 and has been active in the markets for longer than just about anyone besides Warren Buffett. And
all true, by the way. Everything in this ad is completely true. So that was all cred. You can have cred for Purity Coffee too.
Today, Chaikin says he's figured out the exact day stocks are.
And this is more teasing. Again, we haven't gotten into any meat. This is more teasing about his big prediction. What you can do in your coffee ad is have more cred, a little bit more like this, and then sort of like hammer home like a little bit of a repeat of like why it's important for you to pay attention to them. Again, like with UGC ads, like you want, the whole goal is to keep people watching and getting interested, and to sort of like leave little, and again, I love the way Sierra put this earlier, leave little breadcrumbs along the way to keep people attuned to what you're trying to show them. So that's what I want you to do here. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to put a link to this in the general chat of the Discord. Link in the description below if you are not a member. Oh my lord. Somebody just posted a wall of text. Okay, just shared that UGC ad. Man. All right. Do you have any questions for me? Anything else that I can do to help you out with the coffee ad script? Because right now, I think the problem that I'm having with it right now is that it's not super interesting and it's a little boring. I think that if you're writing UGC and you're writing video ads, the biggest crime that you can make is to, well, I guess it would be boring. It's being boring. So don't just be like, I have been drinking their coffee and it's mold free and I love it. No, like find ways to like tease out and build out the story of Purity Coffee and why it's so important that you drink their coffee and not moldy coffee. What's a good place to learn video ads and VSLs? Why? It is probably the copy that. No, we have a whole bunch of stuff coming out now and soon in our paid products about video ads and VSLs. But I mean, I've been talking about VSLs on this channel for 4 years at this point. There's plenty of streamed material about it. There's tons. So if you're looking to learn video ads and VSLs, we got so much content sort of like scattered all over the place about it. All right. All right. We can look at a few of these. Well, if you have no. Listen, EMP only get that if you want to get into like marketing strategy. Do not buy our marketing strategy product unless you're ready to get into marketing strategy. If you have platinum already, there should be tons of stuff, especially if you look at sales letters. Like a lot of VSLs are just sales letters that were recorded. We're going to have more content, and Alex just put out a whole thing about hooks. So like if you want to see the hooks masterclass, that's in the platinum collection now. So our products, we're constantly adding more stuff to them to make them more valuable. I don't want to be the kind of company where it's like, hey, we're launching a new product, and then all of a sudden we have like 150 different products. No, like we just want 3 really good ones and then like 1 back end. So, all right, let's look at this particular ad. Context. This is for a small project for a B2B SaaS company. Scroll mark. So I had to fit the tone of the website. I had constraints. If you've heard of ManyChat, I have not. The software was basically the same, except this deals with mid-market companies. The client asked me to write a feature page for automatic customer support on Instagram. Okay. Here's what this means. If anyone on Instagram has a complaint or query about a company and their products, AI would automatically respond to those users, sort of like a customer support chatbot. All right. There is no one offer. The only action to be taken was to click a button for a demo. That's fine. The client didn't give me a clear understanding of the one reader. Well, all right. You're not off the hook. If you as a copywriter do not get from the client who the one reader is, that means that it is now your job to understand and figure out who the one reader is. All right. Hello. And also, yeah, I guess this is the middle of a 4-hour stream. Good Lord. And yes, we do. All right. So there's that. Targeting mid-market companies, want to automate Instagram. Layout of the page is predetermined. Arrange the tabs on the left. Page clearly. Additional ask if any suggestions on how to write B2B copy. I'd appreciate it, as many of these companies seem to prefer a more muted voice in their pages. Yeah, actually, earlier in the stream, I gave some advice about SaaS copy. A big aha moment I had about SaaS copy, which is very simply this, which is like, who's the product for most of these people? It's not going to be entrepreneurs. It's not going to be CEOs. It's going to be like somebody that they have hired to handle this, the systems and processes and stuff like that, to solve problems on their own. So the thing that you got to understand about like this kind of copy, B2B copy and SaaS copy, is that oftentimes it has to be a little weaker because it's trying to appeal to most people, because the people it's trying to appeal to are they themselves trying to appeal to somebody else. They need to get sign off. They need to get buy-ins. They need to get approval from corporate overlords before they can actually make a decision on their own. And so actually having quote unquote good copy can put these people off because it feels too aggressive or salesy or whatever. Eyebrow copy, automated social support, headline, Instagram and TikTok DM automation that handles customer effects while you sleep. Why not put that word first? Use an imperative. Like, okay, there's the eyebrow. Like, and also, like, if you're going to have automated social support in there, why would you have that in the headline? It's a waste of real estate. So instead of this, why not do automated social support? Why don't you do like social support on autopilot? Social support made easy. You know, social support for small teams. You're coming at it from different angles, man. Headline: automate Instagram and TikTok DMs. You know, answer, and then line break: answer customer questions while you sleep. Something along those lines. And just so I understand, like, is this the copy that you are writing or the copy that you are trying to replace? Subheadline: scroll mark handles 80% of customer support queries on socials, while your team handles the other critical 20%. That just sucks. So I guess, I mean, the question that I have, like, what is these images? Scroll mark. Automate community-led growth on social media. Like, that's not the worst. Keep your audience engaged without chasing algos. That's not bad for an aware audience. Stop burning out trying to keep up. Scroll mark helps you stay active, responsive, and top of mind. So, like, I'm confused. Is this the copy that you were writing, or is this the copy that you were writing? Left side of the page accordingly. I'm confused about what I'm even looking at. Chat, help me. Like, what do you guys think is happening here? So do you think this is the writer's copy? Or do you think that this is the writer's copy? Because if it's the reference image, I want to say that the reference image, like, might be better copy than what is written up here. What do you guys think? What do you think is happening? Section below hero. All the data you didn't even realize you could collect. So is this just an alternate landing page? I'm reading the fucking context and I don't understand. Write a feature page for automatic customer support on Instagram DMs. So it's a landing page that specifically focuses on features. Is it not both? Do the ads have... So here's what I think is happening. Write a feature page. I think that they are making a landing page that specifically focuses on the app's features. It's a swipe from the same company, but what this person is trying to do is not sell, but have like be very, very feature focused in their copy. Okay. All right. So my comments on this still stand. Rearrangement of this still stand. Like, ultimately, what I would suggest doing is like being very plain about if it's feature copy, this kind of thing. And then like what you're doing here, the implication being like it's automated, it's easy, yada yada. That's fine too. Stick it on at the end of your clauses. Now, as far as feature copy goes, this isn't the strongest feature copy I've ever seen. If you want really good feature copy, look at product pages around like the Iron Neck, like the Secret Labs chairs, things like that. I did a whole thing. I even forget where that is, but like I out of nowhere came up with like feature copy for like a silk tie. And like what you want to do is you want to have your feature copy feel like it's giving the things that you want it to do, but also like it's framing it in such a way that still feels compelling. So automate your headline, automate your Instagram and TikTok DMs, let your customer service reps or give your customer service reps a break, something along those lines. All right, section below the hero. So if this is a feature page, so the more benefit driven, I guess, all the data you didn't realize you could collect, then hey, you can collect this data, this data, this data. And then this is the sort of like brain dead feature version. Headline: Scrollmark is your new around the clock social support hiree. That sucks. What is that? No, don't do that. No. Scrollmark supports your communities 24/7. Something like that. And then subheadline 1, it would be like, you can do the same thing too. Like avoid repetition here, but like the headline is like this doesn't work for me. I like the idea of like foregrounding like Scrollmark works 24/7 for you, and then these 3 features are like what it does. Subheadline 1, like endless social support to delight your customers. I would even just do like endless customer support. Hey, you remember the incandescent violet of Myatt. And it was iridescent. It was not incandescent, it was iridescent. Iridescent is a fancy word for shiny, shimmery. All right. Unify brand voice across all channels. That's fine. Mirrors your brand's voice and style, delivering real-time responses, indistinguishable from human conversation. Okay. One thing that you're doing good here is you're launching with an imperative for these bullets, these subheads. One thing that you're doing bad here is you're using sesquipedalian language. Let's look at the source material, shall we? Unlock the power to tag comments and DMs about SKUs, color, and more as intent data so you know what to promote, fix, or feature next. Great. That's fine. Mirrors your brand, voice, and style, delivering real-time responses indistinguishable from human conversation. Okay. We are going to do some syllable counting. Get ready, kids. God, copywriting. It's so hard, right? Unlock, 2 syllables. The, 1 syllable. Power, 2 syllables. To, 1 syllable. Tag, 1 syllable. Comments, 2 syllables. And, 1 syllable. DMs, 2 syllables. About, 2 syllables. SKUs, 1 syllable. Color, 2 syllables. And on and on. There's not one word in this that is more than 2 syllables and is mostly 1 syllable words. Great. Super simple to read. Super simple to understand. Scroll mark. 2, mirrors to your brand's voice and style. 1, delivering. 4, real time. 2, responses. 3, indistinguishable 6-syllable from human conversation. The more syllables you have in a word, 1, the harder it's going to be to cram all this shit into a little box on a page. So the design's going to suffer as a result of you using words like indistinguishable. And 2, the longer your words are, the more syllables your words are, the harder it's going to be for people to track, read, skim, and understand it. That's just a sad fact. When somebody lands on a web page, their IQ drops by 50 points, 50 points. That's 2 sigma, 2 standard deviations. That's how much their intelligence declines the moment they start scrolling through a fucking web page. Literally there are no intelligent people on a web page. None. The moment any person on the planet lands on a web page, they become instantly dumber. Part of that is just the nature of the internet. The second part of that is the fact that we are no longer attentive readers. We're skimmers for the most part. And so you need to write as though you were writing for somebody with the intelligence of a potted plant. Gain valuable business insights. Get strategic business insights from every customer with scroll mark. Again, if you are using a term, business insights, don't waste the real estate by repeating the word. Can I talk a little bit about rhythm and pacing? I feel like I just did in so many words. The cadence and rhythm of copy ideally is the cadence and rhythm of speech, but a certain register of speech. The biggest mistake most newbie copywriters make is that the cadence that they adopt is the cadence of a used car salesman. Step up, buy here now. See these details. Act now. The price is right. Hey, buddy, get out of here, kid. You bother me. That's how most newbie copywriters sound to me. But in terms of rhythm and pacing, one of the things that you want to pay attention to is sentence variety, the actual structure of your sentences. If you're writing in such a way where it's just simple sentence, simple sentence, simple sentence. What is a simple sentence? Simple sentence is just subject, object, verb, subject, verb, object, subject, verb, object. A complex sentence is a subject, verb, object, but there's also an additional dependent clause attached to that particular sentence. That's complex. And then a compound sentence is any independent clause subject, verb, object that also has connected to it with a coordinating conjunction, some other independent clause. And then there's complex compound sentences. So, for example, scroll mark mirrors your brand's voice and style is a simple sentence by itself, delivering real-time responses. So this delivering is a verb that's been converted to a gerund, and now the sentence is not a simple sentence, it is a complex sentence, because you cannot have an independent clause that just starts with the verb delivering. This depends on this. Ta-da! Now, is that bad? No, it is not bad. Obviously, most of you understand if I said, this does this, delivering you this. It's simple to understand. It's just called a complex sentence. Now, if you are trying to make your rhythm and your pacing good, it depends on the types of copy that you're writing, depends on the context, it depends on where you are in your sales message, it depends on how you're talking to people, where you're talking to people, etc. But what you want to do if you want to keep your copy interesting in terms of rhythm and pacing, the simplest way to do it is to switch up your sentence styles. If you have too many of the same thing, and I was talking about this earlier with the storytelling stuff, if you have too many of the same thing, and I'm talking about sentence structures, you're going to lose people. Because if I just spoke like this, every single sentence was simple, if every time I spoke, and even I can't even do it. It's so fucking hard. Cats are red. Red cats like litter. Buy this litter. This litter is really good. You know, that's simple sentences, like one after the other. And you notice it has this sort of like Cro-Magnon feel to it. If you just like do like, you know, kitty litter is good, stuff like that. You don't want your writing to sound like that. And the simplest way to adjust and to keep your rhythm and your pacing interesting is to add variety to the types of sentences that you use. So one of the common problems, if you feel like your writing is like feeling very staccato, like feeling very overly simple and uninteresting, like the first thing that you should try to do and diagnose is to look at your verbs. If you're using a lot of is and are and were and was, apostrophe s, change the sentence to use a better verb. That's step one of the diagnosis. If you're still having problems with your sentence structure or like the rhythm and pacing of your stuff, then consider combining or breaking apart your sentences. So like, for example, I mentioned like the cat likes fresh smelling kitty litter. You know, fresh smelling kitty litter is healthy for cats. You can combine those two sentences with like, now all of a sudden it's like, you know, finally buy kitty litter that your cats love and that smells fresh and clean. There you go. You just combined two simple sentences into one, and you just rearrange it a little. So that's one way to sort of like mix up your rhythm and pacing if you feel like things are a little too like one note. Yeah. Nobody else really covers this. Again, everything that I'm talking about is a Shawnee Mac special. I don't know a copywriter alive who can talk about like actual linguistic and pragmatic structures the way that I do and to the depth that I can. And that is both a curse and a benefit to hanging out on these streams. All right, let's actually look at a feature. FAQ automation. Automate facts on socials. Again, I think the biggest problem with this copy is that you're just repeating yourself. Like, it's such a waste of real estate. Another problem, too, is that, like, look at what they have versus what you've written. Nulla ultrices, Felix gravida. Like, okay, obviously somebody forgot to remove the lorem ipsum text, but look at these bullets. Optimize, automate, and succeed with ease. Achieve more with less effort. Compare that with like build fact flows that auto answer high volume questions. Why don't you just change the bullet to like tackle facts automatically? Done. And the next bullet is like, you know, give your shipping, return, sizing, and store hour questions to a robot. Done. Automatically route complex, high-value conversations to human agents. Like, let the AI, let the automation, let the chatbot or whatever, you know, kick things to a human when the human needs more help or something like that. Just find simpler ways to phrase this stuff. Drop the chorus, English, cut the fluff. Yeah, that's what I want for here. That's my biggest comment so far. It's like repetition and fluff and like sort of failing to understand the brevity that these types of pages require. Well, have you gone through the whole research section? And not only the whole research section, have you watched our other videos on research to complement the mega course? That's what I would recommend. We have a whole section on research. It's pretty like step by step too. So Khan Academy. There you go. Yeah, I don't. Maybe Khan Academy goes into the depth that I do. I have no idea about the English and linguistics stuff. All right, we'll look at one more of these pages. I'm hoping that's feature 4, AI Agent Assist. Deliver rapid customer support with AI crafted replies and templates. Again, the question that I want you to ask yourself when you look at your own copy, when you review your own copy, is like, is this doing enough different from this to justify its existence, to make it compelling enough on its own? Subheadline, save time with pre-written templates for common queries. This is a good sentence combining exercise one. Let scroll marks AI, come up with answers on the fly, or save time with pre-written templates to common queries. Boom. Just like condense, look for ways to actually like bring the language and make it tighter. Like the compression of copy, especially this kind of copy, needs to abide by the same logic as poetry. It needs to exist under a terrible compression in order for you to arrive at something crystalline and pure and easy to understand. Lordy, lordy, lordy. All right. No, there's legitimately a whole chapter of the mega course that's entirely about research. It's like section 3, I think. No, hold on. Section 1 is the common objections in the intro. Section 2 is the principles. Section 3 is research. Yeah, there you go. So you want section 3. And use the timestamps in the description to get there. How do you make AI crafted not sound AI crafted? That's actually a very, very good question. AI crafted already seems robotic and not personal. So like, what one thing that you can do is like, deploy and like, I'm not talking about this particular place, but I'm just speaking like sort of like coming up with stuff naturally, like, deploy AI with a human touch or something like that. Good. I don't forget, I rescinded the compliments at a certain point, and I gave you some advice on like structure and value. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to read much further into this. This seems to be, it's just the same problems over and over again. So I'm not going to bother with that. But really, what you want to do is really study like different feature-based copy. I have a video on the channel where I reviewed a ShopMonkey landing page that I think made like $4 or $5 million by itself. So go look at that video and go look at like what I did there. And a lot of what I'm talking about there is sort of like emphasizing or showing you how to do what I'm talking about here, which is again, like the biggest thing that you got to consider is like the compression, the concision that you need to achieve with this stuff. A lot of the biggest problem that I see with your writing right now is the fact that it lacks brevity to a degree that is inappropriate for this type of page. And there's nothing that I can do to fix that. You have to sit down and figure out how to say this with 30% of the words. And most copywriters would benefit from approaching their copy with that sort of logic. All right. I'll mark that green. All right, I'll go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces left. So we are going to breeze through these. Okay. I hope you're doing well. I am doing great, though I am in a little bit of a hurry. I have submitted a sunscreen product page called Pilgrim. I used to sell natural sunscreen. That was one of the first side businesses Lindsey and I ever worked with, or tried to work with, really. The target audience for this is women looking for sunscreen that does not leave whiteness after applying or any greasy, oily finish. Great, but still gives a glowing look. So probably coconut oil based. I have said that before. I should probably start saying that again. I selected the target audience through research. The primary focus is how they look after applying it, and the secondary focus is protection. Yep, that's true. People are vain. while also the ease of applying. Another primary focus, maybe it's a tertiary focus, but I would kick it up above the actual protection, is like the health. One of the reasons why people buy sunscreen, especially online sunscreen products, is because they offer sunscreen like without preservatives or without natural toxins or shit like that. So unnatural toxins, I should say. So that's their current page. Okay, standard product page. Looks like this was written for a robot. So SEO has happened here. Why you'll love it. This could be improved. Controls excess oil, prevents tan and sun damage, won't cause breakouts. Yeah, it's fine for what it is. You know, what does control excess oil? I don't know what that means. Why should you buy it? Quality right here. Oh, you guys can't even see this. Sorry. Yeah, this is the page. Control oil production, oil-free, super light gel. Cool. Nothing wrong so far. Korean White Lotus. It's fine. This isn't great, but you know, if you're writing for a robot, you might as well write for the robot. Oh, super cheap too. This is all fine. You know, for a simple product page, this is not terrible. Alex is definitely the master when it comes to product pages, but like with product pages, like what you want to do is like have the call out, like who is this for early on. I think that's being handled by here. If like some pages, like you just can't control, like the web developer said, hey, no, this is how it's going to be. And it would actually legitimately cost more money, like to change the layout of the page than to just hire a different copywriter who could work in this format. So that's a thing. Typically want to call out, you want some sort of like uniqueness factor for it. And I think that that's the big thing that's missing here. Oil-free is the biggest unique selling proposition that I can see right there. Let's see. All right. Let's look at the remake. Okay. So first things first, the thing that I can see immediately is that we are going against the structure of the page as we see it here. And the biggest thing that I can see being a problem if you are trying to pitch the company with your own copy is the very simple fact that the people putting copy on the page might not have any control over the structure of the page. Like, could just be the web builder, it could be the web dev. Like, these are things that you have to keep in mind if you're going to pitch people. So if you are approaching people trying to recreate their web pages or their product pages like as a spec piece, that's something that you have to keep in mind. It might not be possible for them to use the copy that you write. Okay, that said, like sunscreen for women who want a bright look without the ugly white cast and greasy, oily finish. Okay. Sunscreen for women who want, and then I don't know what a bright look is, but without the drawback. And then I would just end the sentence right there. And then I would rename it Korean Lotus, Pilgrim gets rid, Pilgrim eradicates, Pilgrim gets rid of, Pilgrim avoids, avoid the greasy, oily finish that most sunscreens give, even for darker skin tones. I don't know if you guys can hear my kids in the other room. All right. Our derma-tested unique shield formula shields you from harmful UVA, UVB rays. I would just say, yeah. I love stuff like this, where it actually gives the formula a proprietary name. It systematizes it. It gives it something that feels unique. while protecting you from day-to-day pollution and skin damage. The problem that you're running into here is that, like, this is all fine, but one thing that you have to keep in mind and consider is that, like, people are going to be reading this, and you need this to be so concise and so compressed and so, like, to the point. A common way to do that is with bullets. You know, go open up any Amazon page, and the most common thing that you're going to see in this type of section of their product page copy are bullets. So I would consider doing that. Yeah. Social proof. Yeah. No white cast. So here's the thing. You keep repeating white cast, but I'll be honest with you, English speaker over here, I've literally never heard anybody speaking English who refers to the white schmear that sunscreen leaves as a white cast. Like, I know what you meant, like, in context, like, I could understand it, but, like, some people might not. So you got to keep that in mind. So, like, what else could you call it? The white film, the white grease, the white, I don't freaking know. The whiteness, I don't, something along those lines. So, yeah, the white gunk. Thank you. Again, Sierra, this is why we're paying you to stick around and help me come up with more concise ways of phrasing things. Absorbs in the skin, giving an ultra matte finish without leaving a white cast. Again, guys, I'm cool with repetition, but if you have such a limited amount of real estate, no white cast, leaving a white cast, why would you waste that real estate on saying the same thing over and over again? And that's the biggest problem here. The biggest problem is, like, you know, I can see this not really working as far as a spec piece. I think that your sentences are a little too long. I think that you're wasting real estate with repetition. One thing that I like here is that the page is structured a little bit better, but at the same time, on the original page, like, a lot of that stuff is handled here, and it's done in bullets. So it says, no white cast, won't cause breakouts. And it says in 3 words what you're saying in, like, sometimes very many. Just to compare. And so one thing you got to consider is, like, when do you break out the bullets and when do you break out the actual long, like, descriptive pieces of copy? That's usually when you want to explain, like, a mechanism. Like, here, it's fine. But also, like, you also have to keep in mind that, like, long sentences reduce readability. So you have to be conscious of that stuff. All right. Both of those will give you a little bit more help when it comes to actually doing this, revising it. I would also pay conscious attention to what I was saying here, which is very simply that, like, you might not have a choice about how to restructure the way this page looks. Simply put. Look at that functionality. Love that. And that is just a witch's spell of different ingredients. Lord have mercy. All right. Suitable for oily and acne-prone skin. Notice how it says, why you'll love it, won't cause breakouts. And then they say the same thing, but differently over here. That's how you repeat without sounding repetitive. All right. I want to move on. Oh, okay. No, this is Mercy's page. Okay. I'm going to review this separately. We've already reviewed this like 3 or 4 times. And I want to do this like sort of on my own and privately. Because very simply, like, we're now at the point where, like, I'll be, you know, with cards on the table, thinking about phasing out the Platinum collection. And so like this is a landing page. It's a sales page for the Platinum collection. We're thinking about combining it with the CCC, to be completely honest. There's an announcement going out to customers tomorrow about that, all that. So I want to talk with you in private. Reach out to me via DMs, and I'm going to put an X instead. So reach out to me, and I'll talk to you about this. Ooh, Zeddy. Okay. Write a product description that highlights the unique features and benefits of a foldable travel backpack. Yeah, we're doing our best to. One thing that I've noticed that a lot of copy gurus do is they complicate their funnels so that they have this constant like sort of revolving door of like, I can launch this, I can launch this, I can launch this. And like Alex and Lindsey and Rod and I, we just don't want to play the game. Like I was talking earlier to somebody about like how unsustainable that is. And the info product world is like unsustainable unless you have this conveyor belt of like launches and new products. And we just want to make the 3 best products we possibly can, and then have like one crazy backend where you like work directly with us. Like that's it. That's the copy that goal. Throw all of our good shit into those 3 products because we're constantly updating it. You know, it avoids piracy. That's cool. Yeah. So there you go. Product description that highlights the unique features and benefits of a foldable travel backpack. Okay. Zeddy, this is for you. Are you a global trotter? I think you mean globetrotter. Yeah. No, like most gurus have a sort of like arc and then the sort of a decline. I don't know if you guys have noticed this about Copy That's videos, but like our view counts have been like steadily trending up as opposed to down, unlike some other people in our space. And the reason for that is because like a lot of these people come out, realize that you can just promise a lot of shit, and then people buy your shit, and you can make a lot of money. And then like you try to keep doing that, but then you realize that you burn your reputation, you burn your list. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh fuck, the thing that I did is no longer working as well. And that's because like most of these like KJ, Tyson, and Mason, like they're all kids, you know, none of them have experience like actually building a sustainable business model. None of them have done that. And none of them have worked with a business long enough to see how that's done. I'm fucking 40. And I've been trying and failing for over 10 years at exactly that thing. So like with Copy That, we knew how to slow roll it. Like how we like the goal that we had for the business, and like why we didn't want to just like get as much money as fast as humanly possible at the expense of our viewers. Totally different business model. So anywho, whether you are hiking through the rugged mountains of South America, enjoying a relaxed camping weekend, or trekking through the narrow urban streets of Italy, a foldable backpack is your essential travel companion. Imagine being on your next adventure without the hassle of cumbersome luggage. Unlike the traditional backpack, the folded backpack is lightweight, compact, and versatile. I've read Zeddy's stuff before. This is definitely an improvement, but there's still some things that are going a little bit awry. It is the ultimate game changer with unparalleled functionality that enhances your travel experience. And here's where we're going a little awry. We're doing a little bit of what I would call overwriting. The last 2 pieces I've criticized for overwriting. This I'm going to criticize for overwriting as well. If I said to you, if I walked up to you on the street and I said, look at here, I have the ultimate game changer with unparalleled functionality that enhances your travel experience, would you go, oh yes, normal human people speak to me that way, I can't wait? Or would you go, who the fuck talks like that? And that's really, guys, like the super squirrel, like secret squirrel secret, like the ultimate key, the master key to unlocking. I'm trying to speak like a copywriter. That really is how you unlock better copywriting from yourself. You review your own copy and then simply ask of yourself, would I be offended or shocked if somebody came up to me and spoke to me that way? Is this how people talk? If the answer is no, then just rewrite it. So, no, listen, I'm not going to knock Tyson 4D. Like he falls into like a particular camp of young people who realize that they can make money doing a very particular thing, and that is to sell the inspiration. That's it. You know, inspiration is like, I have a whole video about this on the second channel. Like when you first discover something and like you get really excited about it, that pushes you up to the threshold of like wanting to do more. And usually what that doing more involves is like either buying a course or watching more videos. But the thing with inspiration, it like, again, we're talking about the squirting of your dopaminergic like secretions and things like that. Lots of neural squirting that's happening when you're inspired to do something, but it's a quick hit, and inspiration fades away very, very quickly. And then all of a sudden, like if you spent money or like if you're not disciplined, all of a sudden you're going to have like lacking motivation, and you're going to need discipline to like get you to the point where you can be actively writing, studying, learning copywriting. And guess fucking what? Like most people don't want to do that. Most people just want to tune into the next video. And so what most gurus have intelligently, I might add, I'm not going to knock Tyson 4D. Dude figured his shit out. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's doing the right thing for him, which is to keep getting people on that hamster wheel of excitement and inspiration and excitement and inspiration without actually ever giving people some of the tough true that will get them to the point where they develop discipline or the motivation necessary to actually advance in this career. You know, the way that you do that is by framing things like hacks or secrets. Like, you know, you launch your videos by like, you know, every single one of your videos with like a bunch of testimonials and like crazy wins and shit like that. Like, again, like for what he's doing, it's great. It's just not what we want to do. So anyway, getting back to this, there's a problem with overwriting here. And I understand what you're doing. You're writing a product description. But with product descriptions, you really, like Zeddy, I would really recommend going back into Alex's, because I see the silver of your name. You have access to this. Go back into Alex's actual like product description masterclass. He has a whole masterclass on product pages in the Platinum Collection. Go watch that. I think it's in the Patreon too. Go watch that, because I think it's going to give you a semblance, a sense of like what exactly you can be doing to make this more provocative, more interesting. And one of those things is, well, not to be meta about it, you need to treat it like a foldable backpack. The foldable backpack is that it holds a lot in a very tiny space. And that is what your copy needs to be like when you are writing about a foldable backpack. You need to be able to say all of this in very, very few words. You need to be judicious. You need to be strategic about what you deploy and where you deploy it and how you deploy it. Some of this stuff might be better as bullets. You don't know that until you start playing around with like writing 30 different bullets around how lightweight it is, how compact and versatile it is. How can travel-friendly accessories? I'm going to say, like, how can accessories be friendly? No, it's travel-friendly accessories. All right. Expandable. So this is features. That's great. Start there. Super good. Again, look up other similar types of product pages to see how you can be a little bit more brief. For smaller compartments, for small items such as your cell phones, chargers. So, question, what do we know about bullets in shorter form copy? One of the U's is ultra specificity. if I'm in the market for a backpack, does it matter to me how many pockets the backpack has? The answer is probably yes. And having the answer to that is going to be way more compelling than multiple smaller compartments. So focus on specificity where it's important. Think about, like, if you're in the market for this, like, try in your head to come up with like 2 different ways of phrasing something and have like this version versus this version, and then like A/B test in your brain, like, if I were a backpacker, I'd probably like that more. And if you do that to yourself as you're writing, or especially as you're rereading what you wrote, you won't go wrong. Secret compartments. Yeah. For some of this stuff, like, it's very feature driven. I like this because it's more benefit driven. But like, I would recommend framing these more like enticing bullets. One of the issues is that, like, it feels like you're info dumping right now. And you don't want to info dump. You want to write your benefit bullets, even sometimes your feature bullets, in a compelling and provocative way. Check out my bullet writing masterclass for information on how to do that. Now, who is it suitable for? Suitable for women and men. That's a little bit of an unconventional structure there. Weekend travelers, occasional vacationers. Like, here's an example of what I mean by overwriting and wordiness. There are an assortment of colors, so adventurers can wear the color that reflects their mood or personality. Why not just say, show off your personality and your style with an assortment of colors? Again, it's saying effectively the same thing by just reordering thing and shrinking down and getting rid of all the unnecessary language. That's the kind of like concision that you're trying to achieve. Let's see. Again, like, I've read your copy before. I definitely see the improvement, but now, like, it's time to start refining. It's time to start getting a little bit more specific. Like, if I were to train you the way that I was trained, the first thing that I would do is I would assign you to write 100 bullets about this particular product, and write the same bullet, each bullet 5 different ways. I had the first copywriting assignment I ever had, one of them anyway, was to write 100 bullets, and I had like literally 4 hours to do it. And then, like, I turned them in and I got feedback, and guess what? They were all terrible. And then I had to do it again the next day. And again, the actual deadline was the end of the day. So, like, again, 100 bullets. It's going to force your brain to think differently when you start doing stuff like that. It's hard. It sucks. I was talking earlier about like dopamine and like, videos that inspire you to be like, oh yeah, I could be a copywriter and make a bunch of money. That's really cool. No, I'm over here being like, get your bitch ass to the page and start writing 100 goddamn bullets about the durability of this backpack. Like, because for real, that's how you're going to get better. So, sorry, I did not mean to. Zeddy, you are not the bitch ass. I'm speaking more rhetorically to the general you, the populace, and their bitch assery. Sometimes I say shit, I'm just like, oh man, like the whole squirting analogy that I've been running through this entire stream. Like, I'm like, why did I even bother saying? Why did I say that? It's not even that funny. It's kind of funny. It's a little funny. All right. So, okay, that's what I want you to do with this product page. Concision, like strategic concision. I am become bitch ass destroyer of copies. Yeah. Overwriting in some places, really start thinking about bullets, really start thinking about like where things need to like be concise. One thing that might help you, Zeddy, is to actually like look at product pages and like try to be like, okay, like for this particular page, I need this type of copy here. I need this many words here about this type of thing here. And honestly, like we could probably just do that. Oh, here, let's go to. Oh, I talk about that in the bullet writing masterclass. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but like there are ways to like reframe or like change simply the wording of stuff to be a little bit more provocative. I want to show you something really quick, and then I'm going to hold on. Let's say, oh, what's a good backpack company? I'm a huge fan of North Face. North Face travel backpack, foldable. All right. So let's say you're writing a product page for the North Face. Boom. So one of the things that you immediately need to see is there's not a lot of copy on this page. Oh, yeah. My recommendation, if you've seen that masterclass, then like pull up the resources, the material that I sent, that I talked about in there. Like for example, like look up the Screaming Eagle issue about bullets. I'm not going to tell you how to pirate it, but it's out there. It's in places that you can easily get it. Just going to say that. And use that as like your sort of launching off point for like not only writing, but also refining and developing your bullets. Now look at the copy that I have brought up here, for this North Face bag. Look at this. It's mainly visual. It's mainly like the visuals are doing most of the work. And then what do we have? Description. There's only this amount of copy. And then these are the feature bullets. 360-degree reflectivity. I don't even know what that means, but I love it. Protective dedicated 16-inch laptop compartment. Boom. Details. More features. Benefits. Look at that. Flex vent back panel. That's again what I'm talking about. Like come up with like your own invented system for the thing that's been custom built for the product. Yeah. Recycled content. Reflective. Ah, great. Free to go. Discover versatile. Shop Canada. Never stop exploring. Let's see our gear in the wild. Share your photos. Proof. Reviews. More stuff. Now, here's the thing. Not every product page is going to look the same way, but you can tell immediately that like if you are writing copy for a foldable backpack, maybe this is a good place to start. Like I think that you did a good job here of putting words on the page, of like getting copy done, of like really like spelling out features and benefits and like stuff like that. But like now you have the difficult challenge ahead of you of like saying all of this, but in like a fraction of the words, and like being conscious of the context in which it will appear on the page. And the only way to learn that is to look at examples and be like, okay, so for like these 7 different backpack landing pages, product pages that I found, 4 of them have like a 200-word description followed by a bunch of feature bullets, followed by look for the most common things and then practice according to the most common things. Why? Because 1, that will give you the necessary practice that will allow you to be versatile, like a backpack, across the different contexts that you're going to encounter. Yeah. Definitely read more copy. Nothing wrong with reading similar copy to what you're writing or working on. If you want to be really proactive, provocative, read a health sales letter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm effectively like recommending the exact same thing, Zeddy. And I think that again, I've read your copy. I see you improving. I've seen it. But now you need to be like a little more strategic, a little bit more provocative, things like that. For a backpack, listen, you're not going to have like, warning, this little book holds the secret Nazi cures that the CIA tried to keep from your grandmother before she died. Like that's a bullet that I've basically read before. You don't need to be like that for a fucking backpack. For a backpack, really what you want to do is like take a look at this. Stand up design for easier loading and unloading. Compare that with what you have here. like hikers, globetrotters, like stuff like that. Major advantage of the backpack is like you're saying in so many words what like stand-up design for easier loading and unloading. That's for a feature. That's really all you need to do. That's all the copy you need. Get in, get out. You communicated what you needed to communicate. Large main compartment for books and binders. Great. Perfect. Not only books and binders, that's that hits your target market. Large main compartment. There you go. You've checked the box. I need something that can hold my books and binders. Check. So there you go. External fleece lined pocket for sunglasses, phone, or keys. Great. So this is just, I want you to study, like, I don't know if you saw recently the video that I did. It was the Gary Halbert one, the how to get so fast a copy it feels illegal. I had Kyle come in, and one of the things that he did was he talked about his 5-3-1 strategy, which I think is based off the powerlifting mesocycle program. But 5-3-1 is basically like you think of the type of copy that you're writing or the main idea that you're trying to hit, the product that you're trying to sell, and then you go read 5 pieces of copy like in the same like vein or the same type or context that you want to write. Reread and really annotate and study 3 of them, and then choose one to effectively serve as your template for what you're going to write. And if you do that, Zeddy, a few things are going to happen. One, you're going to get a lot of like reading done and a lot of like really good information in your brain about like the copy that's working for the products that you're trying to sell or write about. And like 2, it's going to force you to understand like what all your competitors are doing and like what is on their pages and how to write the copy such that you would sort of like slot in naturally if you were to be hired by these businesses. That's what you want to be doing. So Zeddy, I hope this helps. I hope that I get to see your writing again soon. Yeah. Do you have any questions for me before I move on? Nice. Can't wait. I actually want to read the full promo. I've just been out of time. Okay, good. I'm glad it helps. Now, it's so hard when you're a newbie copywriter because like yeah, no, that's a separate exercise. And again, that's like if you want to be Navy SEAL copywriter, that's what you would do. But like that's how I learned. Like I was sort of molded by people that legitimately, how do I say this? My mentors were mean. they did not suffer bad copy ever in any way. And so a lot of their training regimens and the things that they had us do were all sort of awful. Very, very heavily inspired by the brutality of military training. And they were very much in the camp of like, the only way you're going to get better is to produce things at volume and to fail as much as possible super quickly. So produce as much copy as quickly as possible. And that's hence the 100 bullets, hence the, write without editing thing, like things like that. So did it work for me? Yes. Does it work for everybody? I don't know. Should you do it? I'm not going to say that, but if you're practicing, it's not the worst thing you do. Personally, like, I think what you should do is the 5-3-1 thing, and then like do these bullets, but like once you understand where these bullets would go and what they need to do, if that makes sense. Like there's something to be said about like writing bullets like in a vacuum, but there's also something that you learn once you start being like, okay, I need like, these 3 pages had like 20 bullets in this spot. So I need to come up with like 20 really good bullets, each about like 3 to 7 words long for that spot. And that sort of tells you the sort of mind frame that you need to have going into the writing of those bullets. So both have their merits, both have their drawbacks, but yeah, this is a common problem. This is a super common problem for a lot of young copywriters that are coming out of school, or that are like in high school or in college and stuff like that, or like that are in their 20s and stuff like that, where it's like the most amount of writing that they have done in their life has been like a 5-paragraph essay. Fucking school taught you to do that for 10 goddamn years. For 10 years, you had to write the 5-paragraph essay, from middle school to all the way through college. And so it's like all of a sudden now, like, you're in the real world, and the real world ain't 5-paragraph essays. Nobody writes that way. Nobody wants to read that kind of writing. By the way, sort of super secret from the like a former professor's perspective. The only reason the 5-paragraph essay format exists is to make it easier to grade. That's it. That's why the 5-paragraph essay as a format was invented, to make essays easier and quicker to grade. Oh, does it have a topic sentence? Yes. Oh, does it have 3 pieces of proof in the paragraph? Yes. That's it. That's why that whole format exists. And for 10 years, you were taught it and you were forced to write that way. And it's not going to benefit you in any way whatsoever for any other context of writing in your life. Kind of shitty. Oh, well. Okay. We are going to knock out the last 2, and then I need to go prepare for a meeting. Guys, this has been a fun stream. I know it's we went long again, but at the same time, I do feel like I was able to share some insights that I have not shared on streams before. I was able to talk about things that I don't talk about very often. And yeah, I hope the advice has been good. The answer is yes. First A+ I ever gave did not follow the 5-paragraph essay format. In fact, when I taught rhetoric, what I did first day of class of my rhetoric class was I was like, if anybody submits to me something structured like a 5-paragraph essay, they get an instant F. You can rewrite it again, but I don't want to see the 5-paragraph essay. Now, that ended up backfiring on me, because what the people just started doing was just adding random paragraphs in places, but it still followed the same structure. So when I taught rhetoric and writing and composition and all that fun stuff, like, I specifically was trying to get people not to write in the 5-paragraph essay format. Like, I came up with my own rubric and stuff like that. I made my life so much harder than it needed to be. I should have just taught the 5-paragraph essay and then checked out for the day. But yeah, so there you go. Yeah, I had plenty of good essays that didn't follow that prompt. If I were to break down copywriting practice into 3 aspects: writing spec pieces, outreach, and research, what percentage of the time should I put into each? Go watch the How to Practice Copywriting Masterclass, where I talk about the 25-50-25 paradigm. Because you missed an important part. It's not just research. Research and writing, you lump together. That's all part of the work. Outreach also incorporates some research, but you're missing 25% of the puzzle that I'm not going to reveal what that puzzle is until you watch that masterclass or that masterclass as it appears in the mega course. So go do that. Now, context. This is an advertorial. Cool. I've written, this is yours. This one. Neat. Lifting traffic from Facebook ads and native to a VSL page. Great. I've left some parts out to avoid breaking NDA, but here's the product context. Is basically a superfood. Cool. Like ashwagandha, primarily for folks over 40. Yes. I did read the headline for that. I wanted to read more, but I have not had time. I've been crazy busy recently. So crazy busy that I have enough time to spend 5 hours on stream talking to you guys about words. Oh, man. Business name. Nobel Prize winning research reveals a secret usage. If it's an advertorial, and you may or may not have control over this, but you might need to throw sponsored or even the word advertorial at the top of the page, like in like sort of gray, italicized, small font, just to indicate that it is people have been linked to an ad. Nobel Prize winning research reveals a secret use switch helping thousands of American seniors reclaim their vitality. Could you be next? This reveals this mechanism that's being teased, providing benefit, challenge. I don't hate this. Actually, it's not bad. As a headline goes, that's not bad. I think as far as headlines go, it feels a tiny bit templated, but like, let's be real for a moment. Your common reader is not going to notice that. Not bad. All right. We all want to look, feel, and function. Where's your Oxford comma? Kidding. It doesn't matter at all. Like we're decades younger. And now one man seems to have found the secret. According to blah, a board certified physician from Santa Monica, California. Millions of American men and women over 40 are experiencing the same frustrating symptoms. One man seems to have found the secret to what? We all want to look, feel, and function like we're decades younger, and now one man seems to have found the secret to what? To looking, feeling, and functioning like we're decades younger? I guess it kind of works. It could be a little confusing. According to this, millions of American men and women over 40 are experiencing the same frustrating symptoms. What symptoms? Are we going to get into the symptoms? So how does this work for calling out pain points if we don't have the pain points? Fortunately, all of them can easily be solved at home. All of what? The same frustrating symptoms? What frustrating symptoms? Backed by Nobel Prize reading, these forces are shown to flip a use switch in the body. I don't hate that, but like, Guru says this secret involves 3 little-known biological forces. This is good, but his secret to what? Yeah, like there's some copy in here that's good. I feel like you're pulling from good swipes, but you're not then putting the adapted copy into your page and then thinking critically like, okay, now that I've swiped this, what do I now need to reveal in this new context? Thread. You need the golden thread. It feels like we're sort of jumping around ideas and we're sort of like missing pieces. And this goes back to what I was talking about before with Sean's piece, which is like the line of logic between things. And again, I'm sorry for how dirty this seems. Like, I hope this is not making you squirt, but like you need to think about the tenuous line of logic that you have between the different things that you're showing. So I'm so ridiculous. Why do you guys even watch this shit? All right. Definitely being polarizing, Sean, today. All right. Well, once this youth switch is activated, people experience a surge of newfound energy, a quicker wit, slimmer waistline, improved digestion, glowing skin. If you are concerned about compliance, once this youth switch is activated, people have experienced. Notice the slight grammatical change there. It communicates the same thing, but the subtext is that not everyone experiences this. Do you understand the slight difference there between people experience versus people have experienced? One can get you into trouble and overpromise. 2 is technically true and can help you sort of navigate that compliance tightrope that you're going to have to worry about, especially on Facebook. Thousands of Americans in their 50s, 60s, and 70s are already using this incredible use switch and reporting a pleasant surge in vitality. And today you can flip this switch for yourself. You get it. You get it. Because Dr. Joseph Clark, I think you were supposed to remove the guru, put together a short presentation where he explains how to flip this youth switch for good with a 60-second protocol you can try at home. My wife, the contrarian designer. She's in the wrong YouTube account again. Right when I'm talking about causing people watching to squirt. God damn it. All right. Yeah. Watch the full presentation here. Yeah, 60-second protocol is pretty good. One thing that you might consider also testing is like talking about the ritual. Ritual is hot right now. Rituals also imply like a miraculousness. Like rituals were hot in the 70s and 80s, and I noticed like early on the trend towards like reframing things as rituals, and it seems to be really working right now. Protocol, that's so 2022. Ritual is working in 2025. Again, this tactical shit doesn't really matter that much, but like you might see a boost, and so it's worth testing. So one woman, Tara, shared how this ritual protocol, whatever, helped her drop stubborn weight, regain her focus, and feel her younger skin. Testimonial image with link. When you watch the full presentation, you'll discover how you can use the science behind 3 miracle age forces, overlay these forces, what that means. If you want to be a little spicy, one thing that you might also consider doing is like why most doctors will keep these will never discuss these forces with you. So like rather than putting it on like, hey, these doctors are incompetent, they overlook these forces. Now all of a sudden, why most doctors will never discuss these forces with you. It says the same thing, but now there's also the added subtext of like, oh, why the fuck won't they reveal this stuff to me? And it could just because they don't talk about it with you because they overlook it. And so like you're not violating the copy by having that additional implication of like there being some sort of subversive force out there trying to keep this information from you. So again, that's, if you want to spice it up a little bit, that's one way to do it. And also, guys, notice how few value and function edits I'm doing. There was like a big, function edit up here where it's like this is not functioning correctly because it's just missing pieces. But like most of what I'm doing is like, here's how you can spice up this part. That when you start getting that from me, that's the biggest compliment that I can possibly fucking give, because now I'm getting nitpicky. Now you can literally like ignore the things that I'm saying and be like, I'm just going to run it the way it is, and it'll probably still work. I'm just trying to give you like the things that you can't see based on my unique perspective and experience. So you're doing a good job is what I'm trying to say. Long-winded way of giving you a compliment. You keep talking about the forces, and the forces. And what I'm saying, and what I've said before, is maybe you are misusing your real estate the same way that previous people have been commenting on have been misusing that real estate. Maybe you need to switch it up a little bit. Yes, exactly. Again, for anybody that's swiping copy from another place, just because you've transplanted it and like made it about a different idea, well, that doesn't mean it's going to work on its own. And now you have to think critically, like, okay, does this work in context? Does it have everything it needs? Is it missing anything? Yada, yada. So, all right. So, do you have any questions for me before I move on to the next thing? Everything that I gave you was mostly functional in terms of value. I think you're onto something here. I think this works as advertorial. But again, like the secret of making advertorial work is not to write one. Sorry. It's called copy for a reason. Like, no, you need to test like a bunch of these and like keep iterating. So, get your mind into the gear where you can like, okay, get one of these out and then get 10 of these out, because that's how you win at this game. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to queue up the last piece of copy we're going to talk about today. And it's a 13-page sales page. Fuck my life. God damn it. No, I kid. 175. All right. Good. Yep. I'm glad. And also, I forgot to check off the stuff. Check off. Anton Chekhov. How do you ensure you're keeping proper context in mind? What you do is you reread it, and then you go, does this make sense? And then you look and see if it makes sense. That's it. Like, a lot of that is just being too close to stuff. Like you mentioned even in the chat just now, like you put it away for a few days, and the moment I pointed it out, you were like, oh fuck yeah, I noticed it immediately. And that is what you want to do when you're writing and revising copy. You want to write it as good as you can, and then put it away, and then come back to it with alien eyes, because it's at that point you're effectively reading it the way that your reader is, which is like as though the writing came from somebody else. And if you can do that, man, like you're going to be great. Like you're going to be able to revise stuff, and like you're going to be able to keep self-improving over and over and over again before you ever get to the point where you're like, oh, fuck, I need a critique. So that's the advice that I have for you. All right. Oh, yeah. The self-editing masterclass, all the stuff that I've been talking about today about like the value edits and the golden thread and like the logic and function value and stuff like that. That's all in there. I have the first two parts of the self-editing masterclass, like value and function edits. And then Lindsey and I did not get a chance to finish the line editing part, but like, I'm sure you guys can tell from these streams that like, I have a lot to say about line edits. And so I one day hope to make the line editing masterclass for the paid stuff. If you can't overcome a certain logical objection, can you give me a specific example? I mean, if you're talking to readers with what we call either an unshakable notion or an unshakable belief, then don't even bother overcoming it. You don't even have to acknowledge it. And one of the things that you can do is like, if there's a problem with a product that like you will not be able to convince anybody of, do what Alex Hormozy recommends, what I recommended before Alex Hormozy did, which is to use what is called a self-damaging admission. Admit to the flaw, and then say, but it has all these other cool things to it too. You sound more credible when you don't try to overcome an objection you can't overcome. So anyway, baby sleep consultant program sales page. Reader, sleep deprived. Hey, that's me. Especially moms of 9 to 18-month-old children who want their baby to sleep independently without their help. Getting babies to sleep on their own is possible through sleep training that doesn't use cry it out. Oh, man, I've tried a bunch of these different ideas. I'm actually kind of excited for this. Offer a 100-page sleep guide designed by a certified sleep consultant. Cool. You know what I think would be like... You know what I feel like? And Kaylee, maybe you and I can talk about this later, but like, I feel like so many reports and guides and like free reports and guides are entirely, how do I say, like written and like they're not very good. But I recently was looking at the what is it, NQSB thing that I bought, the like how to overcome objections, like the sales, like phone sales training thing that I bought. And what it is it's actually like a series of flow charts that like have like almost like a choose your own adventure, like if this happens after this thing, go to this page, and like you can sort of flip through. And I'm wondering if like that could be a whole thing, like redesigning bonus reports and like protocols and rituals and things like that are not just like 100-page sleep guide, but rather like an actual like flow charted blueprint where it's like, if this happens, then follow this flow chart. If you encounter this problem or this problem, go to this page, things like that. Night 1, do these things, and then have like things layered out like a flow chart. Just like have things be a little bit more systematic in that way. Because I'm wondering if like that, referred to as the program. Yeah, I'm wondering if that would be better as like a freebie. Anyway, I'm just thinking out loud about like possible new formats of like how to design lead magnets that are novel and different. Just openly having a discussion about like things I want to test. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a breakthrough, and all y'all just saw it right here. 4 hours and 49 minutes into the stream. Come with the sacrifice of not hearing the surroundings. I mean, at that point, you just admit to the problem, like sound quality, like headphones so good you won't be able to hear a single thing in the world around you. You can even reframe that like, warning, these headphones are so good that you won't be able to hear anything around you. You can even build an ad around that, like literally like you got your bone conduction headphones, and like you're like this, and you're typing, you're working, and then somebody comes in from this side, and like in the ad, you see this person like yelling and stuff like that, but all you hear is the music. There you go. Now all of a sudden, this objection that you can overcome feels like a benefit. Sometimes it helps your copy if you start thinking visually about how to represent things. Anyway, back to the Baby Sleep Consultant program page. Action. Click any of the buttons to purchase the program. The 100-page sleep guide. Readers are funneled to the sales page through different sources like IG ads, organic IG content, and the Sleep Consultant's website. Okay. Sleep solution for exhausted sleep-deprived parents. Okay, simple call out. Teach your 9 to 18 months old to sleep and settle on their own without crying, sleeping in your arms, or needing to feed every hour. This is boring. It's not very unique. It also follows the sort of like the most standard headline template that in existence. Like, get this benefit without this pain point. So you're missing the okay, timeout. You're missing the point of what I'm talking about. Like, the point of bone conduction is hear surrounding music, while enjoying music. Like, again, I gave you an example of how you can frame things by pointing out and acknowledging the objection and spinning it either as a benefit or just acknowledging it and moving on. And so I don't care about the actual product. I'm trying to teach you the strategy of how rhetorically to approach these problems. It's immaterial to me what it actually does. What matters is that you approach it with the correct mindset. All right. Anywho, this bigger issue. Yeah, this I think you should write just a ton of different like headline competencies, because like right now this feels very bland, and maybe that's what the client wants. Yeah, 100,000 well-rested parents recommend our solutions. I mean, is that a real number? Find out how many people have bought this. If you tried rocking, holding, and feeding your little one to sleep, but they still won't settle, your full night's sleep looks like waking up every hour, and your days blur into countless naps and feeds. Let's fix that. Wow, what an opening sentence. Go back, you person watching this at the very, very end of the stream. Earlier in the stream, I had a whole long spiel about stingers and stinger copy and first sentences. Guys, all 19 of you that are still managing to watch this, what are you doing with your life? It's 4 hours and 53 minutes into the stream. What? Go make friends. Go touch grass. Stop listening to me. But also, if you're still here, what do we think about this first sentence? I don't love it. Here's why I don't love it. It goes on too long. It's diluted. It's trying to be everything and effectively accomplishes nothing because most people will click off before they get to the end of the sentence. So, like, you can, how should I say, dimensionalize this, where you start off with a very shocking, provocative sensory detail. It's too long, but it touches on everything. Yeah, and that's the problem. And one of the things, yeah, guys, thank you so much. It helps me so much when you guys participate. Touches on everything. Doing too much. Yes, long as fuck, too many ideas. That's the problem. And what you want to do when you get into a piece of copy is you want to find you're like I don't know if you guys know this, but like the escalating, people develop broadswords, and so people built bigger, bulkier armor, and then people invented the foil swords that would find a chink in the armor and stab through it, with chainmail and stuff like that. What you and your piece of copy with a stinger, what you're trying to do is you're trying to find the chink in the armor of your naturally resistant prospect, and then say the thing that's going to immediately sting them and grab them and hook them. And so, what are ways to do that? I gave you guys earlier the sort of most rudimentary stinger, which is to simply ask a question or 3 questions related to these pain points. And the thing that you get rhetorically, imagine if, instead of the way that this currently sounds, is if you've tried rocking, holding, and feeding your little one to sleep, but they still won't settle, your full night's sleep looks like waking up every hour, and your days blur into counting naps that feel... Okay, instead of that, let's do this as questions. Have you tried rocking, holding, and feeding your little one, and they still won't settle? Does a full night's sleep to you look like waking up every hour? Do your days blur into counting naps and feeds? Paragraph. Let's fix that. How much stronger is that? And again, that is the most rudimentary, copywriting 098. You weren't a good enough writer to get into copywriting 101 level of copy. That's what we teach you in rudimentary copywriting. Just open up with a series of questions relating to those pain points. So, yeah. What would my opening stinger, if it were not questions, would probably be I would either do drop people right into a scene, just knowing my style of writing, it happened again. that would be my opening line. It's happened again. You hear it like the piercing wail of a banshee. You hear it. Your child is crying again. For the 7th night in a row, you have not slept. That's probably how I would personally open a piece of copy like this. I don't understand what this question is asking. This is Beans, B-E-N. I don't know who this person is. Bean 56529. Hi, I'm Emma, a mom of 3 and a certified baby sleep consultant. Okay. 3 hours into the night and the baby still won't settle. Yeah, I would, for me, the kind of copy that I write, I very frequently will rely on how should I say, sensory details that are very specific to my experience of the world, that I found that like when you describe them, people go like, oh my God, I've never had words for that before. The more specific you are like that, I've definitely found that it's the case where people respond better to it. It works in fiction too, where if you describe something that where it's just like a weird thing that happens to you and like nobody else, but then you describe it well enough, people are like, oh my God, I get it. Good copy is like that. For me, like the way I would describe the tiredness that comes with like getting up to feed or getting up to change a baby or getting up like after being woken up so many times at night, it's like you almost feel like the blood is getting sucked from your limbs back into your body as you go into fight or flight mode. Like you almost feel like your energy is draining from the different extremities of you. Like it really does feel like a sucking feeling. That's how tired you get. Have kids, they said. Sometimes you literally cry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you literally like you wake up and you just feel just I don't want to say the word hopeless, but hopeless. Yeah. Anyway, what is digital marketing? This is copywriting 301. If you want to ask these sort of like, rudimentary questions, you either have to hit me at the very beginning of a stream when I have more energy, or you have to go like watch our other videos. We have in our live tab, we have a, like how to learn marketing strategy, like rudimentary, like sort of introductory video. I would go watch that. Which is better, copywriting or digital marketing? Honestly, I think that is probably the most OP, like overpowered skill combo you can possibly get in copywriting and sales. Like if you can marry those two together, you're never going to be wanting for work. Anywho. Little sleeper turned into a fussy, unsettled child and developed some not so good sleeping habits. And no matter what popular method they try, it just doesn't work for their baby. All their efforts to put the baby to sleep end the same way, with the baby waking up crying hysterically, refusing to sleep in the crib. Or these sentences are too long. There's overwriting here. This needs to be punchier. And so, like, are we just throwing in social proof here randomly? Since I have a feeling no one's told you yet, you don't need to wait or let your baby cry it out. Maybe I'm just tired or a little brain dead from like streaming for so long, but this page, like the logic of it, it's not really like working for me. So like, again, part of that is the fact that it's just hard to read. Earlier, I was talking to Sierra about like different ways to like improve the rhythm and cadence and flow of your writing. And one of the ways is to switch up your sentence styles. But look at this sentence. If clause. All right. If this, then this. So we have, this is a complex sentence, simple sentence, in the last decade. So that's dependent clause. So this is complex as well. And this is a complex sentence as well. This is a complex sentence as well. So, okay. Of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opening sentences, every one of these sentences is technically the same type of sentence. So, yeah. Ultimately, like that's one of the issues that I'm having with this, where it's like the rhythm, the flow is bad because like it's the same thing over and over again. There's no variety. It's just forcing you to read like the same, I know it just how exhausting it gets when everything you do with the best intention just doesn't work. And the only way seems to be to wait yeah, like again, like it's just the same cadence, the same rhythm of sentence, the same structure of sentence, like over and over and over again. It's not, it lacks variety, it lacks punch. Is one of the reasons why this copy is boring, is because not only are the sentences too long, but like they're not long in an interesting way. Like you can write copy where the sentences are long and have it be super, super interesting. But that comes with understanding how to do that, how to, juxtapose sentence structures, how to have like almost like music, like a short phrase, a long phrase, a medium phrase, short phrase, long phrase. Like you need to have a musicality to the cadence of your writing. Since I have a feeling no one told you yet, I know you've been, so this is like overcoming a common objection, or like dispelling a common belief. We're trying to shift belief here. That's cruel and not all true. Babies are little humans who need our support in adjusting to their environment and learning new habits. That's why I want to show you a gentler way. Consider truncating this and turning it into a subhead. It's science-backed sleep training, a gentle hands-on approach. And there's that phrase again, science-backed. So we better get some science proof later on in this page. Baby, self-settling and self-soothing skills so they can sleep through the night on their own. It's not based on cry it out, and there's certainly no pressure on either you or the baby to use a certain sleep training method. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think this writing is AI generated. Actually, like let me see something really quick. Hold on. How turn on show formatting in Google Docs. Control-Shift-P. Okay, Control-Shift-P. Aha! There we go. So we see how this is formatted. And yeah. So just so you guys know, I think I figured out the one thing that 100% of the time, 100% of the time reveals whether something was AI written or not. And that way is to actually look at the markdown of this. Yeah, hint at the methods early on, like, and again, like, structurally speaking, I understand what this is trying to do, but like, then I go like, why throw in this here if it's not a cred section? Like, why are we trying to overcome this if we're selling against alternatives this early on? Anyway, all I was trying to say is that like the 100% way that I found to reveal whether something is AI writing is to actually look at the spaces. Like most people don't realize this, but there are actually two types of spaces. There's can I edit this? Can I don't think I can edit this. So let me see if I can do this in Word and transfer it over. Yeah, okay. There's that. And no, interesting. So you can actually see this in Word, but you can't see this in Google Docs. But in Word, in Microsoft Word, there are two types of spaces. And if you look at the formatting, like this stuff, the actual formatting like breakdown, you can tell the difference between different the different types of spaces. There's regular spaces represented by these little blue dots. And then there's something called non-breaking spaces, where it basically says like if there's a space between these two things, like you need to keep it on the same line. So here's the thing. AI knows how to include non-breaking spaces and will very frequently. And most people don't realize this. So if you copy and preserve the formatting into Microsoft Word, you can actually visibly see, as long as you have like the show markdown on, show formatting on, you can actually visibly see the different types of spaces that have been copied in. Most people don't know that. So I actually just discovered that relatively recently. I don't think anybody's ever talked about that before. So you guys, again, Johnny Mac special. only works for Microsoft Word, apparently. It doesn't work in Google. All right. Babies are little humans who need your support. Yada, yada, yada. Gentler way. Settings back. Finally, you can sleep. You're allowed to choose the settling strategies that work for your baby and your family. And gentler sleep training that ensures your comfort and values and suits the baby's temperament. Matches your parenting style. Again, like, so earlier I mentioned, like, maybe this isn't written by AI, but like there are aspects of it that feel very AI. Like, it's boring, it feels thin, there's a whole bunch of choices along the way that make me go like, why is it doing that? And then like some of the formatting itself like that feels very AI as well. And again, like part of that is just a gut instinct, and part of that is just like the problem with most AI writing is that it's boring and doesn't understand how to write for humans well. And part of the problem of this is that it feels like it hasn't really been written well for humans. Certainly not moms. So, like, easy to read guide filled with facts is your blueprint. That's exactly why you're getting this new gentle sleep training program. What you're getting in this, where do we introduce this? Yeah, that's again, Sierra, like, you're 3 for 3, like, succinctly. Like, that's the problem. It feels like we're getting a summary, not somebody who cares about us speaking with us. And so whether this is AI or not, I don't care. It's just bad copy. Where is program introduced? So, like, this all feels very pitchy. This feels like it's selling against alternatives, but I feel like we haven't even really like delved into like the pain points yet. So, like, okay, Mark Ford, when he reviews copy, he says that one of the first things he says, and I disagree with Mark on this a little bit. He says, like, what is the archetypal lead this is trying to be? What is this? What kind of lead is this piece of copy trying to use? And if it's not one of the 6, and if you can't give a clear answer, then I'm not even going to read it. The copy's probably bad. So what is the lead of this? We got one sentence about a problem. We've got a few paragraphs about like selling, like this, 2 sentences of cred, a little bit about like this. Doesn't work. Only seems to be why a few months in sleep get better, or let them cry it out or fall asleep. Yeah, like, is this a problem solution lead? Scroll back to the top. All right. Like, again, like, it doesn't feel like it has a good flow to it. Part of that is sentence level stuff. The other part of that is it just, like, I don't understand the emotional or rational logic. Thank you. Yes. So jumps into this, selling against alternatives, but that feels premature. You're allowed to choose a sleep strategies that feels tailored to you, but this feels like it would go into an offer section after we've revealed the program, but only after this do we reveal that there is a program. And even that feels like premature, because we haven't even really like delved into like the real problems that people are facing. So in this piece of copy, we're already revealing that like we're selling something, when one of the things that we want to do in a piece of long copy is like sort of delay that, reveal stuff, get people to stay on the page because they like you're going to teach them something. Yeah, so like that's not working. And so like what is this? Sleeping like a baby, an easy to read guide. And then now all of a sudden we're doing this, doing bullets for the thing that we're selling. And then we're having CTAs throughout as though this were like more of a sales page. But if it were a sales page, then there would be way less copy. This is written way more like a sales letter. Yeah. So again, like, even if this is not AI, it's certainly not great. God. Flip through the pages, bursting with valuable facts and advice. Here's a breakdown of what you'll find in this 100-page sleep guide. Yeah. I don't know. Like, again, it's disjointed. It feels very flat. And again, a lot of the stuff that I'm describing is like very, and then it goes into this, but then it goes back into testimonials, which is, again, is fine for like a sales page. I like this. I like the qualifying stuff, but typically you want to do that before you give people the CTA, and certainly before you give people details about the product. Man, are you getting sleeping like a baby? Like, and it feels very repetitive, like repetitive in like the way that AI feels repetitive. We already got this. We already got this. So this is an offer recap, I'm guessing, which is fine. Okay, so this is a good sort of repetition. You want this here. This is the sort of like checkout. I'm not even going to get into the welcome email sequence. My big concern really is that just like it feels very disjointed, and like the copy is not written in a way that's very compelling or rich or interesting. Certainly, like if it's a sales page, like you go back to what I was saying earlier in the stream where I was talking about like how concise, like not brief, but also like how much you need to pack into so little of a space. Yeah, like, and so if it, again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt. If this is not AI writing, which again, I don't have a problem with AI writing. I was using AI writing earlier today. Ain't got a problem with it. But if you are going to use AI writing, you got to be conscious of like how, like, again, talk about narrative thinness is a huge problem here. And this feels very thin. You know what I mean? And part of that is like a lack of nuance, a lack of understanding, a lack of empathy, like the sameness of the sentence structures. Like, if it's not AI, then it's still problematic. So anyway, Bean or Ben, however you prefer to pronounce your name, you don't seem to be in the chat, and you didn't provide any context besides this, but I hope that some of this was helpful. I didn't mean to just like poo-poo on your copy. Like I didn't mean to piss in your cereal is what I'm trying to say. But I do hope that some of what I said was like helpful, because like some of the things like that I pointed out are actually pretty easy fixes. It's just a matter of like, how do I say? Reapproaching this like from the perspective of the reader and trying to make this something that they would want to read. Because right now, that's a big problem that you're currently having. And part of that will be cultivating concision and really like driving home. Like, so, okay, science-backed sleep training. I want to skim through something. Gentle guide, flip through pages. So pseudo bullets, lessons. Like there's some stuff in here, like if it were done better, like I'd be like, okay, that's pretty good, like for an offer section. But again, we use the term science backed, and I don't see a section on like the mechanism. So, but God, maybe, Lord have mercy, is it? God, if it's for it doesn't feel like it's for SEO. Yeah, no, readers are funneled to this page through different looks like organic and paid content. So it's not SEO, or it shouldn't be. Grab now in the merch store. You've asked this question 5 times, so I might as well answer it. Can clickbaiting be beneficial for a company? Because a lot of people click at 10K a month, even though they know it is not true. It depends on what you're linking them to. Personally, I think that clickbait 60% of the time is not the right approach, because you get what are called low intent leads. Low intent meaning that person's probably not going to fucking buy something. So like, even if you do get a higher volume of people clicking, they ain't qualified to be a good customer. So why would you waste the money and time on them? So there you go. Anyway, like, again, hit me in the Discord if you have any questions or want elaboration on anything. I hope it was helpful. Sorry to end on such a like, I don't like this, like very like vibes based review of this. But I feel like I gave some good advice here and there. Yeah, okay. It's now 7:21. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. So I want to eat something really quick and then prepare for a meeting that I have at 8. And then I'm going to write until midnight, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to do it all over again, because that's the life of a copywriter. All right. Oh, I need to reset the thing. There we go. You can see that I'm reorganizing the book collection, as you can see. Anyway, that was it. That was the stream. We're done. Y'all can go home. It's over. No. At least it didn't go 7 hours this time. Good Lord. I think the next time, always, it is a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I'll check you out next time. Of course, anytime. Thank you. I'm rocking the normal black baseball cap thing. I like the look. All right. I guess I should end the stream now. Yeah, I think the next time I'm going to do the thing, and then I'm going to be like, no Q&A, or maybe like have a timer. So like I end the Q&A at a specific time and then go right into like reviewing the copy. Because I think that hour at the beginning of answering questions is probably counterproductive. Yeah, I dig it. Can I name your future son? Good grief. No. Silas. Silas. There. That's a good name. That's the name of a future serial killer. Hello, my name is Silas. Hello. Take care. Thanks. No more of the parasocial stuff. Yeah, viewer count went up the moment I was like, the stream's over. Go home. I'm not going to say anything else of value to you. I'm going to make jokes about the name Silas. Shout out to all my Silases out there. All right. I'm Ghost. I'm gone. I'm going to go eat something very quick, and I will catch y'all later. But again, if you have any questions, hit me on my Discord. I keep it like I'm looking at the camera. The camera's on top of my monitor here. I usually keep Discord right here. So the reason why I'm so responsive is because I just have it up. So like when I'm working, I can answer questions and stuff like that. So anywho, yeah, I'll catch you all next time. The next Whetstone stream is going to be in 2 weeks. I think Alex is going to do it. Alex is going to. No, Rod is going to do it. So there you go. I will say goodbye a third or fourth time. That's it. I'm ending the stream. This is the end of the stream. Goodbye.